I'm here. I'm still checking if everything's, as always, working properly before we properly start with the lecture, if you want to call it that. The volume for the music is probably okay. I don't know. I'm never sure what's okay or what isn't. Seems to be pretty alright. Okay, first things first. My Steam's working weird. Okay. My universal lecture has boomer-related technical problems, so I'll switch to this lecture. This is the lecture you should be watching. I promise you, it's gonna be a doozy. It's gonna be important. This is gonna be probably the best stream I've ever done. I don't see myself doing a stream as elaborate as this one. So first things first. Let's open the game and see if everything works. I'm gonna capture the game and see if the audio for the game is alright with the background music as well. You'll know when I start with the lecture. Okay. The balance sounds pretty good. Balance sounds pretty good. Where's the capture? Here. Oh shit. Yeah, the music? Pretty good, right? I switched to punk. I switched to punk instead of synthwave today. I really like it. The music in this program, chef kiss. That's it. Is it capturing? Aha. Now it seems to be. It's capturing all right? I really like it. I can find any of those in Spotify. You can't? Hold on. Let me click on the links. It asks you to. Oh, who's following? Hey, Brand! Thanks for following. As I was saying, yeah, if you log in, I've seen some of the music in Spotify. I think if you click some of the links, it takes you to, well, it takes you to the website of the app I'm using. I don't have any points, but Player Revenant. I don't have points yet. You can't force me to do anything if I don't have channel points yet. Anyway, seems to be capturing alright. Let me check if the audio sounds just right. The balance of the music seems to be okay.
Alright, let's go buy some.
Go ahead and pick a car and driver. Alright, let's get it on.
Yeah, seems to be okay, right? It's not too loud. Oh shit, don't tell me it looks as bad as it looks on my screen. Is it looking all choppy? The stream skips a lot of frames. Shit, that's bad. That's bad. Let me keep checking. Oh god, that looks awful. Oh shit. It looks good on my screen, but not in the capture. The capture looks awful. Thank god I'm checking. Hold on. Gonna have to switch some things. Gonna have to switch whatever. Maybe Windows? I don't know. Windows mode? I don't know what could be affecting the performance that bad.
Hey, come on over, have some fun with
Okay,
crazy
it doesn't
taxi.
look any different on stream.
Cra
Let's see if it works. No.
All right, let's
Go ahead and take it. All right, let's get it on. Hey, it's time to make some
Nah, seems to be skipping frames. Yeah, still, right? Oh no, it's looking much smoother, right? No, no, oh no, oh no. Why is it so bad? Nah, it's still bad. Shit. That's really bad. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Hold on. Might have an idea. I have no idea if this is gonna change anything, but I lose nothing by trying. Where's my mouse?
All right, let's get it on. Hey, crazy money. Are you ready?
Nah, still looks pretty choppy. Nah, still looks really bad. What the fuck? Ah, this is really frustrating. Oh god, what is this? I'm gonna try a bunch of things to see what works. Let's see this. Oh no! Oh no! That's not good. Huh. Maybe this would work. Maybe that. Let's see. Oh! Oh god. Oh no. I don't think I've changed anything. Nah, still really bad. Still really bad. Fuck, this is messing with me. I've done crazy Texas streams in the past. Shouldn't be this bad. Huh. Let me check again. Nope. Still looks bad. Still looks bad. Really frustrating. I have a lot of time, but I don't want to waste it doing this. And I'm not sure what could fix it. I'm not sure what's gonna fix this.
Go ahead. All right, let's get it on. Hey, it's time to make some crazy.
Looks good before I start.
Here we go.
Nah, nah, it starts getting choppy immediately. I hate it. I hate it. It's probably has something to do with the settings of the game, but I don't know what I have to change. I have no idea what I have to change. Let's try various things. I don't know. Whatever works. Whatever works. Maybe this. Oh, shit. I'm lost. Hold on. I have to change some things. I have to change some settings. Please don't hate me. Okay. Let me check if this works now. How much time am I gonna waste seeing if the fucking game captures as it should? Nah, that doesn't work. Doesn't work, right? It's all choppy? Nah, it's not choppy. Why are you doing this to me? I mean, the song slaps, but the first 5 seconds give you hope, and then it stops working properly. I don't know what to change. I've streamed a game before it, and it didn't do this. I'm not sure what I can do. It's probably the rate of refresh. Like, should 659 work better? Let's see if this works better.
Alright, go ahead and act. Alright, let's get it on. Hey, it's time to make some
If this works,
Are you ready?
seems to be a bit meh. Let's go. Oh shit, no, nah, still bad, still bad, still bad. Oh shit. I'm so mad right now. Fuck. Well, this time it didn't even run. If I put it at 50, it just crashes. Nope. It crashes. Well, any suggestions? Any suggestions as to how can I do anything about this? I hate it because the game's running okay in my end. Oh lord.
Hey, come on over, have some fun.
Oh lord.
Alright.
Go ahead and pick a car and drive her.
Get this out. Okay.
Excellent. Alright, let's
Uh, Not even gonna bother fixing the size of the screen. Won't record properly, right? Fuck you! Oh god, I hate this. Fuck. This is really bad. Doesn't even make sense. big sad. Yeah. I mean, I will try other methods. Like maybe I can do just screen record. Maybe screen record will work. Do you think? There's no reason why it should be dropping this many frames. Hmm. Huh, I don't know what to do. Ah, no. Don't copyright me. Don't hit me with the copyright, the offspring, please.
You have to.
Go ahead and act. All right, let's get it on.
Oh god, it looks even worse. Oh god. Look, I'm gonna probably turn this off. Gonna probably turn this one off and see if I can do screen capture or something. I'm gonna have to adapt it, but let's see. Get this out, and this, and this. God, I have so much stuff in my screen. What is it? Capture, screen capture, yeah. Is this? Yeah, this is it. Whoop. Yeah, I guess this works. Give me a second as I try to put everything in its place. It's so complicated. I made my layout too complicated. Too hard to set up. I never know when it's where it should be. Anyway, doesn't matter, this should work. Let's see. Can you cap- What? Hey! It's not capturing the game! Oh, now it's capturing the game. Okay. Let's see if it's working properly now. Okay, please work, please work, please work, please work. Nope, nope. Fuck! What can I do? I don't know what to do! Man, this is really banger of a stream, right? Anyway, does anybody have any ideas? Should I just download an emulator or something? This is awful. I'm gonna have to try something else. I'm gonna shut down everything I have in the background. Shouldn't be doing this horribly. Like there's no reason. I wouldn't even know what could be causing an issue. It makes no sense. Like, the game's working fine on my end. It's just, it's not capturing okay. And I don't know what could be causing that. I'm gonna, I don't know, I'm gonna try to open something else and see if that has any issues. Let's see if hello? Why is it not? Why is it not? What? Okay, I tried to open another game and now it's not even capturing it. Like, it doesn't appear as a game. What the fuck? Ah, boy. Oh, okay, no. Now it's capturing. Seems to be fine, just fine. What the fuck? It's not showing for some fucking reason. I have to press OK. It's not even showing on my screen. Okay, this is great. Great! Fucking great! I didn't even expect to need to check before this. Because I didn't expect the game to not capture well. I'm thinking of any solution. If anyone can think of anything. Be right back. Yeah, don't worry, you're not gonna be missing much. Look, I'm gonna look for a really shitty solution, okay? I'm gonna be looking for an emulator since the PC version doesn't seem to wanna work okay. Like, I really hate to do this, but everyone has seen that it doesn't work. Thinking of either lowering the bitrate or turning off tracking. Yeah, it doesn't seem like a CPU issue. Like, heavier games have worked. I seriously don't think it's that. Anyway, I'm gonna have to do something I don't like to do, which is resorting to an emulator when I can not do that. I'm setting up the emulator right now, if anyone is wondering. Hoping that this will do anything. I mean, at least it seems to be working alright. I mean, I haven't streamed from this computer. It's probably some sort of setup issue. But I've streamed from a much weaker computer, so it has to do. It really has to do something with the settings. It's something about the settings, but I don't understand them enough. Like not any other lesser game, like not even lesser game. More modern games have not giving me problems. Fuck, and the download isn't. The download for the ROM is going super bad. Ah. So anyway, tell me about your day or something as we wait to set up this. Don't worry, the lecture hasn't started yet. We have all the time in the day. I already got some cheap and easy dinner, so I don't have to stop for much when I have to get something to eat. I'm gonna have some boomer juice. It's not even that cold, sadly. Fuck, the download's going really bad. Oh no, it's speeding up. This is so weird, dude. Well, this only started when I slept somewhat decently. Oh yeah, I slept okay today. Well, I'm super tired because my work is, well, tiring. I've been working really hard for a couple of days now. I was really looking forward to this, but well, as you can see, it's not going perfectly. I was really looking forward to this stream, so that's what kept me going. But fuck me, I didn't expect this to go badly. We might even have to wait for 15 minutes until the download is done. Anyway, I was able to take a nap today. That felt really good. Thankfully, even though my lunch break is really long, and that's not very good because that means your work day is longer, at least I'm able to take a nap sometimes. That felt really good today. If only I had something to test the emulator already. Doesn't have anything, right? I don't have any ISOs. Doesn't have any tests ISOs. Fuck, I really hate that it's downloading so slowly. I'm gonna have to try another route just in case. Nah, it's blocked. Well, at least I can promise it's gonna pay off whenever I'm able to actually start with the lecture. I really prepared for this. I hate that it had to be this way. I hate that we are half an hour into the stream and I haven't been able to do absolutely anything. It's been all prep. I swear to God, if I start the emulator and it starts going really bad, I'm going to flip out. I don't know. I don't want to resort to really bad gameplay. Though I'm gonna try to look for, I don't know, some gameplay demonstrations. For the I found something for the GameCube version for some reason. I found that the GameCube version run. I would be able to show you a video at least if I can't do anything better. If I can show you gameplay, I can at least show you a video. Look, I'm gonna... Where is it? I think I can do this? Yeah, we can watch this. We can watch this as the game downloads. I can watch some pro gameplay on YouTube. But I won't be able to check. Ah, no, I can check when the download is ready. So yeah, this is apparently the video title is part 1 of 15 world record. I mean, this is going really fast. Yeah, he's doing stuff that I've never done. He really knows what he's doing. I don't know. I'm back. We're working with someone else's gameplay. Look at that Garashi move. We're looking at gameplay as I'm downloading the GameCube version, so I can at least try to play with an emulated version and show you how things are supposed to work. It's a solution. If I can't get the GameCube version to work, I'm gonna just work it with a video. Don't worry. I will make this work whenever I say this is starting. We're gonna start. Yeah, that trick is my favorite. That's something that's not really hard to figure out, but I really like to do that. Yeah, and also the guy seems to be. I think he's working with a really easy setup. I think he has a lot of time and easy difficulty, which is not what I play on. You normally don't see time going up to 150 unless you're like really godlike. I could comment on some strats, but I'm just gonna do some surface level commentary right now, because I wanna save the strats for when I actually explain them. I have a folder with all my notes and all the pictures I wanna show. And this should be giving you quite the example before we actually dive deep into how the game is supposed to play. This should be giving you an example, and this should be raising some questions that I'm gonna hopefully answer. If you have any questions, by the way, just ask them, and I'll try to answer them as best as I can. I didn't know that was a shortcut, what the fuck? I've been playing this game for a year, and I haven't seen that shortcut, I'm blind. Fuck. This download is being awful, dude. But once I start, I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna give it my all. Like I'm not that worried if the. I'm not really that worried if the start of the stream is super scuffed. Once I start, I'm gonna do it better. Because this, I'm really giving it everything I got because I want to make it into a good YouTube video, so we can. So you know, all the effort I'm making, it doesn't just stay as a stream. So it stays recorded and everything. By the way, on my first tier list, this character, I don't remember anything about this game. It was the only tech I know, which is the most commonly known one. I'm gonna show you all the tech. It's not that hard. It's just that the game practically doesn't explain anything. Once you know the basic dash, which is the most important tech, it's not that hard to figure out everything else just by figuring it out, not naturally. But I'm gonna explain everything. It's just that I looked at the game manual, and basically it just tells you how to do the dash. It doesn't explain anything else, and it's very important to know how to do everything else. Which is why I wanted to make this. Right? I wanted to explain to people how to actually play the game really well, or at least how to do it in theory. I feel like I spent more time with a certain minigame, but I don't remember which one. Minigames? There's minigames in the game, but I never felt like they were worth spending that much time on. Like they're like trials, like Mario Kart trials, but they're not. At least I don't find them more interesting than the main game. Yeah, this was doing some weird shit. When was this video uploaded? Oh, it's 2009! This video is 12 years old! Well, 10 and some change. KFC. Wait, was it KFC? Oh, wait. Oh yeah, it's KFC! It's not... In later versions of the game they changed it, because the license expired. There's KFC, there's, I think, Pizza Hut? I'm pretty sure there's KFC and Pizza Hut, but I think I remember Taco Bell being also in the game. There are several licenses, which I'm gonna comment on later. They're kind of important. Look, there's... No, that was Pizza Hut. That right there. And KFC is around this corner. And there's also Levi's. Yeah, I don't know if you saw that. Is it Levi's or Levi's? I don't know how the name is pronounced, but you should be able to see it. You should be able to see it in slow motion. Yeah, and you were able to see a teleport right there, sort of. A glitch that kind of happens when you're going way too fast. Glitches can fuck you over if you go way too fast. But going fast is important anyway, so you gotta take the risk. Look at this. This game is crazy. Yeah, Levi's, it's clearly visible there. There's Levi's and there's also Fila. Yeah, that's KFC. Kentucky what is it? Fried Chicken Shack in the censored version, quote unquote censored. Come on, dude. So slow. Yep. That jump, as I said before, that's the easiest shortcut in the game, but I don't really like to take it. It feels so good. But this guy, I didn't see the settings when he was starting. I'm gonna check them later. This guy is having way too much time. It doesn't make sense. He has way too much time to play with. Like, it doesn't make any sense to have 250 seconds. Yep. That was a good stop right there. That's the pole. You can really tell he's going for very specific passengers. That right there was a trick I'm going to explain later as well. What he used to stop. I hope to see whatever's left of the stream. We haven't been able to start yet because of technical difficulties. I'm gonna see what the settings were at the beginning. Let me see them. Yeah, technical issues. We're downloading an emulated version because the PC version is not working fine. Let's see. No, let's see settings. Time at 70, which is the max. Time difficulty, the easiest. And traffic difficulty, for some reason, is at 3. Yeah, that explains why he has so much time. That explains a lot. So I came from the West to get some taxi madness then. This is some high level shit. The pinnacle. I said I wanted this to be the ultimate crazy taxi stream, and it's turning out to be the ultimate watch 2009 videos in 480p. He's skipping a lot of passengers just to pick the specific one he wants. That's not something I'm gonna be able to explain because I don't know why he's skipping all of them. Maybe it's because he wants to stop at a specific place. See, he skipped one there. Is he going for that one? Yeah, he's going for that one. I'd really like to know why he was skipping that many passengers. Great stop right there, crashing against the environment to stop faster. That's a good trick. Easy trick, but a good one and hard to master. Easy points right here. You can gain a lot of speed because it's on a straight line. You get crazy jumps. Like literally, the move is called crazy jump. That's another trick right there. Let's see a ridiculous crazy taxi file copy in Wallapop. I don't know how much the physical copies cost. If I had to buy a physical copy, I'd buy a Dreamcast one because I want to have a Dreamcast anyway. It feels appropriate, you know. Like, thankfully, this game was ported to a variety of systems. But the Dreamcast one seems to be, you know, the perfect one. Part of the map always reminded me of City Escape. Yeah, that's true. Which is Sega too. Sega Dreamcast as well. I don't know. I think this game came before Sonic Adventure. Pretty sure. I don't remember. I don't know what year Sonic Adventure is from. I don't know if it's 99, 98, 2000. Most of the GameCube games I want are by Sega. Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, Sonic Heroes. Well, Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 at least are on the Dreamcast. Sonic Heroes was made already for GameCube and PS2. Sonic Heroes is not very good, by the way, hot take. I don't really like Adventure that much, but Sonic Heroes is objectively not as good. It's a really wacky game. Says me who defends Shadow Hedgehog. Like, Shadow Hedgehog is a game that, in terms of story, isn't as good as Sonic Heroes. It sucks harder, but the engine is basically Sonic Heroes, but tweaked a little bit to suck less bad. So the engine of Shadow Hedgehog technically is better than Sonic Heroes. It's just the overall product, you know, it's Shadow Hedgehog. It's probably not very good. It's the one Sonic game I have childhood filter on. Oh well. The nostalgia is nostalgia. I defend Shadow Hedgehog because it's the one I had as a child too. Considering buying Shadow, it's not crazy expensive. I mean, I would encourage playing it, at least, to try it. It's playable. Shadow the Hedgehog, I think, is the first game Where's that damn fourth Chaos Emerald? I really like that quote. What's the quote? This is like taking candy from a baby, which is fine by me. That's my favorite quote from that game. There's another quote. Hold on. Let me look for it. Let me look for it. I'm gonna shut this so you can see what I'm looking for. Hold on. Shadow Hedgehog has a lot of great quotes. Yep. Uh, I'm cracking up. Ah! Oh, this one's so good, dude. Hold on. Hold on. This is great. This is a great quote. Oh, this one. Hold on. I'm gonna pause the music for a moment. I'm gonna pause the music for a moment. The one ending with Vector. I don't know. I'm not sure what that one is. I'm not sure. Hold on. You can see the title. Listen.
Disgusting black creatures, get out of my sight.
Oh! Oh! Shadow being racist. Oh! My apologies. uh, yeah, this game is crazy. Every single damn in Shadow the Hedgehog. Sonic is racist. You look back and wonder how they let that pass. Right, look, the 2000s were different. The 2000s were built different. Let's keep looking at this. I don't know what way we were. We can look at whatever. Again, my favorite quote from Shadow is this is like taking candy from a baby, which is fine by me. That was absolutely spectacular. Like I low-key like some aspects like unironically about the game. Like I don't know if you know this, but in the ending where you're doing the final battle with Shadow, I think if you since you have to finish 10 runs of the game before you can do the final boss, I think. Yeah, the Vector ending is the one where Shadow is more depressed about his existence. Yeah, there's genuinely good story moments in Shadow the Hedgehog. Like genuinely good. You have to finish like 10 runs of the game. You have to finish 10 runs so you can access the final boss. And I think it's like there's something like to finish 10 runs. In order to finish 10 runs, you will have to see most of the game, if not all of the story. So in the final battle, against the final boss, I think it's like you have to wait in the final battle. Let me explain. When you're doing the final boss, characters from the game, you have teamed up with basically all the characters throughout the game. You have teamed up with all the secondary characters, and during the final battle, they're cheering you on. They're giving you words of advice and shit, like saying you can do this, whatever, and telling you emotional stuff. And if you wait like something stupid like 10 minutes during the final battle, Eggman like has some really emotional dialogue with Shadow, and it's really nice to see. I mean, like the game may suck, you might have to finish it like 10 fucking times, which is really tiring. So you can get to the final boss, and then wait 10 minutes at the final boss so you can see that quote. But the payoff, if you like Sonic, the payoff kind of works. Remember that you can reload pressing R? Or you can reload pressing R. Could you reload with Shadow? I don't remember. Words of advice. Well, the game's almost done downloading! The game's almost done! Get hyped! If the game's working properly, this is gonna be fun. If it's working properly. Ah, he fucked up. Oh, there's an Easter egg right there. That's an Easter egg. If you run to, if you drive into the water, there's a fucking scuba guy. Wants to go to KFC. You didn't know that? I think it's very impractical. Like, you shouldn't go there. You would waste time if you go there. But it's funny. I've done it just once, just to check. But it's really not. I don't think it's worth it, at least. I think it's a waste of time to go there. Why don't you grab the priest? I don't know why I don't know what the criteria of this guy to pick up clients. I really don't understand. Like, I'm not an expert at the game. I know most of the stuff, but I guess I'm lacking in strategy because I figured out most of the stuff by myself. You could go into water. Yeah, the second map in the console version, the second map has a lot more water. And you probably should drive on water in the second map, at least a few times to get some shortcuts. What? It's done downloading. Hold on, I'm gonna close this for a moment. And I'll see if the thing is working. Dude, finally. Let's go. Gonna have to lower the volume. Oh shit, no, if I play the GameCube one, the GameCube version, copyrighted music! Shut it up! Shut it off! Oh god, copyrighted music, no, my stream! I can't play this. It's muted bot. I don't know how I can go full screen. Hold on. Is it this one? No? Is it this? Yeah, I think it's this. I think it's this one. Why is it not capturing? Oh, no it is. Great. No god, this is scuffed as fuck. Look, it's working, okay? It's something. It's something. I swear to god, if after all this time it doesn't work, I'm gonna get actually mad. Please, please, please work. 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 Hey, it's working! It's working alright! It's capturing! Yeah! We can do it! We can do it! Oh, finally! Okay, now we can do it. Now it's finally time for some crazy taxi. But I'm not gonna lie. I do this a lot, and I'm sorry to have to do this, but I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom before we start, so we don't have any pauses in between the explanations. So please, allow me to take a sip. And I'll go just for a little moment. I'll be right back. Hold on now, before I'm gone, let me check if I can turn off the music manually inside the game. Hey yo, I can turn off the music! Perfect! Perfect! That's great! That's perfect! Let's see, now I can finally turn on the volume just a bit. Nah, in fact, I should turn the sound effects off in the game itself. I'm putting my own music, can't you hear it? It's in the background. Sound effects all the way down. That should be fine, right? I think that's acceptable. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom just for one moment. Fuck, I'm being exposed. I'm using emulators. I really hate to do it. But anyway, I'm gonna go just for 2 minutes. I'll be back in just a second. I could have sworn I turned off the mic, but apparently I turned off something that wasn't the mic. So fuck me. Fuck me, I guess. Let me make this bigger in a different way, like this. This. This doesn't take as much space. At least I can do it. I can make it like this. This looks much better. This looks much better. So, give me just 1 second. I'll post an update on Twitter. And we can finally start with the lecture! We're finally starting with hey! I'm puck jumping. Hold on. always forget that if I press numbers, I'm gonna switch my face. Oh god. Anyway. Yeah. Are we good to start? Is everyone good? Are we all fine? We can finally start? Let me know. Let me know in the chat. Are you fucking ready? Because we're gonna go deep. We're gonna go deep into Crazy Taxi. I'm gonna overanalyze this fucking game. Like I'm a YouTube essayist. I'm not, but let's start regardless. Okay, well then we can finally start. Well, if you want to play Crazy Taxi, as I'm sure some of you do, you may wonder, how do I play Crazy Taxi? Because there's a bunch of ways to play the game. So I prepared a handy-dandy bunch of notes to help you with that. First thing first, as I said, you will want to play Crazy Taxi. If you can follow one of my recommendations, it's really hard nowadays because it's been the game was originally released in 1999, and it's been 22 years since that time. It's very hard to do this, okay? But if you can, I would recommend finding an arcade cabinet of Crazy Taxi. Let me see if I can show you on screen. Yeah, I can show you. I would recommend finding an arcade cabinet of Crazy Taxi, like this. Or, there's two types. This is the expensive one. There's two types. This is the cheaper one. I wanted to get pictures that would capture the spirit of the arcade. I felt that would be kind of fun. Hey. Oh no. My monster energy is not showing. I still can't believe Crazy Taxi cabs exist. Yeah, well. Well, my personal story with the game is about a year and a few months ago. It was my birthday, and I decided to go with a few friends to an arcade museum that's, you know, like an hour drive away from where we live. So we went to this arcade, and I had never played Crazy Taxi before. And in this arcade museum, there was an arcade cab for Crazy Taxi. And I said, okay, I know about Crazy Taxi. I think I've seen the arcade cabinets when I was a kid. I never played it though, because I wasn't really interested when the game was actually being sold. I was too young. I wasn't still into that kind of game, I guess. So I decided, well, it's a Sega game. It's a legendary Sega game, so let me play it. And I immediately fell in love with it. That's how I started playing. I played on an arcade cab just barely over a year ago. That's what made me fall in love with the game. So, as I was explaining about these cabs, you have the big cab, the one with a seat. There's many different versions of these cabs. You can find many different versions of these. But the gist of it is there's one where you can sit down, and there's one where you have to play standing up, or standing up just resting just a little bit on a bar. That's a bar that's high enough to rest on it, but not to sit. I don't know if I can explain it without showing it to you. Hold on. Let me just for 1 second. Let me just for 1 second look it up so I can show you what I mean. There's one that's slightly different, but you still gotta play standing up. It's this one. It's like this. This is how it looks like. There's like a bar, and you have to, you rest your ass in this bar, but you can't really sit down properly. Anyway, if you have to choose one, I would really recommend picking the one where you can sit down, because it's much more comfortable. As you will see when I explain how the game's mechanics work, you have to step on the gas pedal really often. So if you're standing up, I guess that would be really tiring if you can play for a relatively long amount of time. It's way more comfortable if you can sit down. But those machines are way more expensive, so they are harder to find. If you cannot find an arcade, which is fine, it's really hard to find an arcade nowadays, you will have to play one of the console versions. The original one was on Dreamcast, and every following version was based on the Dreamcast version. The Dreamcast version basically is just a straight port of the arcade with a few minigames. You can see the mode selection right now on your screen. You have Crazy Box is the new like trial mode for this version. Let me show you for one moment. Crazy Box is like a trial mode. Hold on, I will set my name just so I can show you. This is like a bunch of trials, and they can unlock some things in the game, but they're not the main. They're not the main thing. Like basically, just to show you, the first trial is making a long jump.
Ready?
They're like mini games. Oh god, now it's working. That's fine. They're like little mini games, and you can unlock some stuff from playing them.
We've got a new record. Don't stop now.
But the other modes, which are more important, are the arcade mode and the original mode. The arcade mode, just what it sounds like, it's basically the exact same map as the arcade version. And the original mode is a new map. It's a new map that they made up for the console version to give you more content. And thankfully, the two maps are different enough to make it really worth playing. That's for the main console version. Again, it was released for Dreamcast first, then it came out on GameCube and a bunch of consoles aside from those. Those are, I think those are the easiest to track down if you want to play a physical copy. And the easiest way to play nowadays is just to get it on Steam, which is the exact same version. The version on Steam is the exact same as the console version. The main change is that the Steam version doesn't have any of the licenses. It doesn't have the licensed music, which is the worst loss of the Steam version, but thankfully you can mod it. It's very easy to mod. If you have the Steam version, just go into the guide section on Steam, and you can find several guides on how to mod the original soundtrack. The only thing you have to do is download a zip file with the original songs and replace the files on the folder. It's literally that easy, and you already have an experience as close as you can get to the original. The licenses for the other stuff, which is the KFC, the Fila store, and that kind of stuff, I haven't seen mods to mod that stuff in, but it's not that important as the music. The music's the most important part. There's a couple more versions that you could play. I could half-heartedly recommend the phone version. If you have a modern phone, an Android, I think an iPhone also works. There's a free version of Crazy Taxi, which is a port of the console version as well, optimized for mobile. But the thing that's slightly different is that the controls are changed, so it's somewhat different to play. It's not. It's better to play in the original version, so you can play with a controller and controls closer to the original. Either way, I can recommend the phone version since it's fucking free and you can play whatever you want, and it has the original music. It's really good. Excuse me. The phone version is really good, and contrary to the console versions, the excuse me, the phone version tells you how to do some of the tricks, which is much better than the console version on that sense. And the the couple of versions I haven't mentioned are the PSP and the Game Boy Advance versions. I heard the PSP is a more faithful port of the original, but I haven't tried it, so I can tell you. I can't recommend it because I haven't tried it yet. And the GBA is basically a different game. It's similar, it's based on the game, but it's 3D driving on the Game Boy Advance. It's obviously not very good. It's very slow. The physics feel very different. Oh shit, I shouldn't drink so much Monster. The physics on the Game Boy Advance version are very different. But the PSP and the Game Boy Advance, and the Game Boy Advance version have different titles, so they are not technically the game Crazy Taxi. They are Crazy Taxi Fair Wars for the PSP and Crazy Taxi Catch a Ride for the Game Boy Advance. And now that we have discussed which version you should play, which is probably one of the console versions if you're obsessed with playing on the original hardware, the Steam version if you want to play on the more convenient stuff, and the phone version if you want to literally not play anything for it, I mean not pay anything for it, you can play the phone version. It's okay, it's just the controls are different, and some stuff is changed, but it's pretty much the same game. Now that we have talked about that, we can move on to the rules of the game, which are not very complicated. I will explain by going into arcade mode.
Taxi.
Yeah.
Alright, let's go make some crazy money.
I will do a live explanation of how the rules work.
Go ahead and pick a car and driver. Axel.
I will explain the difference of the characters later, but now it's more important to explain how the game works.
Here we go.
Okay, so let's get the first things first. The controls of the game, as you can see on the lower right on the screen, you have two gears, which are drive and reverse. It's just what it sounds like. Drive, this moving forward, reverses moving backwards. And you can obviously accelerate and brake. Those are your basic controls. You just have 4 buttons, which are drive gear, reverse gear, accelerate and brake. That's just the controls, and it's not that hard. The arcade version, your drive and reverse are a gear shift like on a real car, and the brake and the accelerate buttons are pedals like on a real car as well. So it's very fun. That's why I recommend playing on the arcade. It's very fun. It has a lot of physicality to it. But anyway, as I was trying to say, the controls are the same. The rules are, as you probably know from having watched some of it, you gotta pick a passenger by stopping on their circle, and you gotta drive them to their desired destination, which is indicated by the arrow on top of the car. It's not that hard. You just have to stop in the main vicinity of your passenger, and then stop within these boundaries that you can see here. And then you can, when you drop off your client, is when you get paid. You don't get paid as you go. You get paid when you stop. That's very important as well. Now let me show you some things. You can see some of the clients here are orange. There's a light green client. There's a yellow client. The closer to red the client is, the shorter the ride will be. They will ask you to go to a place that's much closer to where you are right now. The closer the client is to green, the farther they want to go. It's relatively easy. The closer they want to go, the less time you have to go to that place. And once you drop them off, let me demonstrate this. Once you drop them off, you can see the... Let me not freak out. The number on the top left is the time you have in general for your game. Once that number runs out, the game is over. The number you have on top of your car is the time you have left to deliver the client to their destinations. And now I'm going there. I should have picked that client that's much closer to where I was. That was closer to a red color. And once you drop them off, you will probably notice that their number has changed from green to yellow. That means when you stop, the bonus you get for delivering the client is 2 extra seconds. It's a normal speed, normal time, I guess. And that's, you get 2 extra seconds to play. If you get them while the timer is green, you will get a fast rating, and you will get an extra 5 seconds. And if you take too long, the timer will get red, and you will get no extra time. So there's a high incentive to deliver your clients as fast as possible. But probably you already knew that. That's very easy to get on a surface level. There's not much more to it. Let me show you a couple more things. When you pick up a client,
You're okay. Get in. Watch him.
on the top right, you will see how much they will pay you once you drop them off. The longer the ride is, the more they will pay you, and the shorter time you take to get there, the more they'll pay you. But there's also more multipliers to the score you get. There's a few tricks, which are the crazy through, which is driving close to other vehicles without touching them, like this. You get extra points and a multiplier for doing combos, like doing it without crashing. And the other trick is, well, the main tricks are crazy through, which is driving close to other vehicles. The crazy jump, which is just staying some time in the air. You get a multiplier the longer you stay in the air. And the crazy drift, which is, well, as it sounds like, when you drift, the client gives you a bonus as well. It's similar to the jump, but when you drift, it's continuous. It's not one time. It's not a one-time thing. It's a continuous bonus you get. And that's pretty much the basic gist of the game. That's pretty much all you need to know to understand how the game works on a base level. And now, I'm gonna move on to something a little bit more complicated. And it is, as I explained before, the original arcade game only had one map. And the console version added one more map, which is the original map. These are kind of different. The arcade map, in my opinion, is the more polished one. I feel it's more balanced. It's in general, it feels like it has more polished, and everything's like every piece of the map puzzle fits more perfectly, I would say. And the original map is way more over the top. It has the roads are much wider. There's much wider spaces. There's much crazier shortcuts to get. I feel like the original map is not as polished, but it's also fun to play because it's very different. The worst part about the original map, which is not in the arcade map, is that I feel like when you pick up a client, sometimes the arrow that you get on top of the car telling you where to go will be a little bit misleading because the map is all over the place. The map distribution is not as linear as the arcade version. So the arrow could tell you to go in a misleading direction that would make you lose time. But that's something you gotta solve by becoming more familiar with the map and where everything is. That's where experience comes in. That's where part of the fun thing about Crazy Taxi is playing over and over, so you get a feel for the game. You know where the clients want to go, you know where every place is, and you know the fastest route to get there, so the arrow becomes less important. Let's see, what comes next. Choosing which map to play is relatively easy, as I said. The arcade version, always solid. The original version, crazier. A bit more fun at times to do some stuff in there because the roads are wider. Somewhat easier to drive in, but also it can fuck you over because the map is much all over the place. And now that we have selected which map we want to play on, we're gonna go to the next screen, to the logical next step, which is what character I want to play. I haven't said this in a while, but if you have any questions, just feel free to ask, and I will answer them. These are the four main characters of Crazy Taxi 1. They are all very different. They all control pretty much the same. If you know how to play with one character, you know how to play with all of them. It's not a fighting game where you need to learn some unique moves or some technical stuff about the character, but their stats are completely different. And that makes the experience much more diverse. Like the character you want to choose affects the way you're gonna play. Pretty much the game plan is the same, but the handling is different, the speed is different, the way you drift is different. Pretty much the character you pick will affect how easy it is to do some stuff or other stuff. So let me get to the stats of every character. Let me explain you what character you should pick. I like to make comparisons with fighting games with these characters because they have like each their own stats, and as the game has tech, so it kind of feels like Smash Melee, where you have to learn some tech like L canceling, wave dashing, to perform the best in that game. And the character you choose dictates your playstyle, your strengths and weaknesses. This is kind of similar. But I won't explain the tech yet. That's when we get to how to actually play the game. That's when we get to that section. Now I'm gonna explain the differences between each character. So starting from the first character, Axel. I'm not gonna go into their personality or anything. That's gonna come next. We're gonna talk about that next because I want to do some conversation about the game itself and not only the gameplay. So, well, let's as I was saying, let's explain this character. Axel is the first character you would feel like playing because it's the one the cursor starts in. He's kind of your all-rounder. His stats are well balanced, but that's also one of his weaknesses because he doesn't really stand out. He doesn't have any strengths. He's balanced, but he doesn't have the fastest speed, the best handling. He doesn't have really anything to make him actually good. Plus, he has some weaknesses on top of that. His car is rather light, so that means you will get bothered easier when you crash into other cars. When you crash into the environment, yeah, you will lose more speed. It would be basically, it's harder to maintain your speed when you have a light car because crashing will make you lose more speed. That's basically the gist of it. And also, his car, sadly, is relatively big. So that makes driving without crashing into other cars and other objects in the environment harder. Those are his two main weaknesses. Everything else is fine, but those weaknesses really make him not a great character. I would consider him a mid-tier character, not a beginner pick or anything. I would still recommend playing with all the characters. Just play each of them from time to time. Switch to keep the experience feeling fresh. To try different stuff to give the gameplay feeling less stagnant. Moving on to BD Joe. Let me get some stuff out of the way. This is a Biden Joe Mama. Let me get some stuff out of the way. Crazy Taxi is a Japanese game from 1999. So the black character is a bit of an insensitive depiction of a black guy. Let's not lie to ourselves. Bright red lips on a black character. That's not a very good depiction of a black man, of an African American male, if you want to call it that. I don't even know if he's African American. He has a thick accent when he speaks. He speaks with sort of a Jamaican accent, I would say. I don't know. The nationality of each character isn't really explained, but that's besides the point. Yeah, Billy Joe, sadly, not a very sensitive depiction of a black man, but aside from that, he's a very cool character. I would consider him the coolest character in the game, for many reasons that I will now explain. Billy Joe has many weaknesses, sadly, but also he has some strengths that make him interesting. He has the fastest speed in the game, which is not very important. You will see later. Having the fastest speed is not important at all in this game. Believe it or not, I swear it's not important. And I will explain why in a bit. His car is really heavy, which is very good. He's not the heaviest car, but it's really heavy, which is very good. He drifts really well. He drifts very easily and really well, which is also very good. He gives you like extra style points. If you want to pick a stylish character, pick Billy Joe. But sadly, his weaknesses are his car is fucking massive, so it's very easy to crash into other cars. It's the biggest car in the game. And aside from that, his ability to drift, some would say is actually too good. He drifts way too easily. So you may drift when you don't want to. That's part of also the weakness of Billy Joe. He's not the easiest to handle. He's not very good in terms of size. One of his strengths is his speed, but that doesn't matter. Basically, his only strength is that his car is big, and that he's a low tier, so you want to pick him for style points, basically. I would recommend picking him, but not in a gameplay way. No, if you want to pick a good character for gameplays, for a gameplay reason, do not pick Billy Joe. I'm sorry. I hope he isn't your favorite because he's the worst character in the game. Sadly, he's kind of my favorite in terms of character, but he kind of sucks. Probably he's my favorite because he's the low tier hero. And moving on to Gina, which is the girl of the game, the woman, the female, one might say, of the game. She is one of the high tiers of the game. Her main strengths are, she has very good acceleration and very good brakes. Gaining speed and losing speed when you want to stop with her is very easy. That's one strength she excels at. I think she's the best in the game at that. She has very good handling. She turns very well. She's very easy to maneuver. But for that reason, one might say she's not the best character for beginners because her handling might be too good, actually. Like, it's too easy to take turns with her, so it takes some time to get used to the way her car moves. So she's more of an advanced player character. She does have a very small car, which is very good as well. That's what makes her one of the best characters in the game. But she does have some weaknesses. She's very light. Her car is very light. That's one of the worst weaknesses she could have. But that's also what makes her a more advanced character, because more advanced players can avoid obstacles easier. And also one of her weaknesses is that she's one of the hardest characters to do drifts with. So if you really like to drift, she might not be your best pick. I wouldn't recommend her. But she's still way too good. You want to play Gina if you want to get good at the game. That's my recommendation as a sort of, not an expert, but a connoisseur of Crazy Taxi. You want to play Gina. She is a high skill ceiling character, but very rewarding, even though she has her weaknesses. No character is perfect in the game. That's why I also recommend switching between them. The last thing I have in my notes is she's high tier, but she's hard to master. And the last character, which is also one of the high tiers, as you could probably imagine, by elimination, he is Gus. He's the oldest character in the cast. He is the heaviest car in the game, which makes him very good for beginners who crash into cars a lot. He is very thin. He has a very thin hitbox. So, again, makes him very good for beginners because it's much easier to avoid incoming traffic with a thin car. He has a very good handling, very easy to control. So that's also what makes him relatively good. But his main weakness, he really only has one, but it's hard to get used to. Even though, as I would still say, Gus is probably the best character for a beginner. His main weakness is he has really poor acceleration and braking. The main issue with bad brakes and bad acceleration is when you want to stop and you're going way too fast, it might be hard to stop exactly where you want. That's the worst part about playing Gus. Aside from that, that's a very big weakness. It seriously affects the way he plays. But once you get used to that, I would say he's the best character in the game, and he's also the best character for beginners. because, as I said, heavyweight and very small hitbox. And now that we have talked about which character to play, we can probably move on to the actual tech of the game and how to actually play. Let me get to the actual game. Hold on. Oh god. Yeah, let me get to the actual game. If you have any suggestions for what character I should play now that I'm gonna explain stuff, I will probably pick Axel, just to make sure I'm explaining everything fine. But if you want to see any character in particular, just let me know. Okay, I have my notes here. I have the game here. Wait a minute. Perfect. Now I will proceed to explain you how the game works. How the actual tech that makes the game as great as I say it is. I'm gonna work for 10 minutes just so I have way much time than in the other, way more time than in the other modes, so I can properly explain every piece of tech. Before we begin, before you even begin the run, you already have to know one piece of tech, which is the bread and butter of the game. This tech is called the Crazy Dash. It's the only piece of tech that's explained in the game's manual, and it works a little bit like this. Hold on, let me take a sip. The Crazy Dash works like this. In the arcade version, the gear shift is always on neutral position, and you gotta push it up to go to drive, and push it down to go to reverse. And the gear stays in the last one you pressed, but the stick returns to normal position after every press. So let's assume the stick is always on neutral position, even though the screen says I'm on drive. Before you start, as soon as your car is able to move, let me show you. This is how regular Crazy Taxi looks, okay? This is regular speed. This is how Crazy Taxi looks at regular speed. This is what noobs play like. This is how you play like if you don't know the tech of the game. It's not slow or anything. It's decently quick. But here's where the interesting part begins. You gotta be completely still, as if you already started the game. Just to use it as an example. Whenever you start the game or you pick up a customer, so you're completely standing still, you want to do this. You want to, in a quick succession, it's a very strict timing, you'll get used to it, you gotta practice it, you'll get used to it, you gotta press the drive button, to help myself when doing this, I almost always set the gear to reverse, then you wanna shift the gear to drive, and immediately press the acceleration button, like this. And you will gain speed much faster than if you just press the acceleration button without doing the pressing drive. I don't know if you can notice it. You can see the wheels of the taxi. This is a normal acceleration, and this is a Crazy Dash. You can see the back of the car sinks into the floor a little. That's how you know you have done it well. That's how you do the Crazy Dash, which is the most important part of the tech in Crazy Taxi. This is what I jokingly call the wave dash, because it's a strict timing. There's a strict timing when you do it, between pressing drive and pressing accelerate. And it gives you a ton of speed and mobility. Moving on to the next piece of tech, it's directly linked to the Crazy Dash. The dash only works when you're standing still. That's when this piece of tech comes in. This is the next one. This is the You can do it while moving. Technically, there's a piece of tech which is Crazy Dash is the bread and butter of the game, and this piece of tech called the limiter cut is the most important piece of tech you can learn. The limiter cut, as its name implies, allows you to break the limits of the top speed of your car and go even faster. That's why I said that even though BD Joe is the fastest character in the game, that doesn't matter because every character can go even faster. Including Gus, which is the slowest character in the game. They can go at as high of a speed as you can handle. They can go so fast you cannot even handle the game. You can perform this piece of tech called the limiter cut again and again and again when you're driving to gain more and more speed. They stack on top of each other. Let me demonstrate it in a moment. So, standing still and break the limits of the space-time continuum. Let me explain this. Aside from that, when you're going at too high a speed, your car will become susceptible to glitches. You can fucking break the game by going too fast. Which also makes it fun. That makes it a ton of fun. Let me explain. I'm standing completely still. As I said, I like to press reverse to help me. But when you're driving, you should press reverse. Pressing reverse makes you go even faster than if you only press drive. Like the Crazy Dash is just pressing drive and accelerating like this. And then, while you're driving, you let go of the acceleration, press reverse, press drive, and you will go even faster. And you do this repeatedly, like this. Just look at my gear. Look how I'm repeatedly going to reverse and to drive later. Each time I'm going to drive, I'm letting go of the acceleration and then pressing it again with a strict timing to increase my speed. I'm not an expert at the game, so I don't always get it perfectly, but you can really tell I'm going at a much higher speed, much faster than if I just press the acceleration. Again, this is why I said if you can play the arcade version, you should pick, if you can choose between one of the arcade versions, you should pick the one where you're sitting down, because you're gonna have to press the acceleration button a lot, the gas pedal in that case, you gotta press it way too often, so you'll get tired if you pick the cabinet that's standing up. That's the bread and butter of the game, the Crazy Dash to start and the limiter cut to keep driving. Again, I'm not an expert at the game, I'm not doing it super consistently. That's what makes an expert, being able to do it consistently and retain control of your car without crashing into the environment constantly. Knowing when to lose speed to pick up your clients. That's what makes you go from a noob player to an expert. Becoming acquainted with this piece of tech. That's what makes you, well, as the piece of tech implies, cut your limits. That's what makes the speed of each character basically not matter at all. And that's what can make you reach astronomical scores when playing. Ooh, excuse me. I'm having hiccups. And moving on to the next piece of tech, it's directly linked, again, to the Crazy Dash and the limiter cut. When you're going at limiter cut speeds, which you should be, you gotta figure out a way to stop. Well, I'm having a hard time right now because I'm crashing into everything. You gotta figure out a way to stop. Let me explain. When you do a Crazy Dash, I can explain it much easier when I'm standing still. If you do a Crazy Dash, and immediately after pressing the gas button, you press reverse, all the speed from the Crazy Dash will be translated to a backwards speed, like this. You will do the Crazy Dash backwards. And you can do the linear cut technically backwards, but you don't want to drive backwards for extended period of time. This is just to get if you really need to get out of a tough spot or anything, you can do the backdash really easily. It's just do a crazy dash and press reverse immediately after, and all your speed will be translated to backwards motion. So, knowing this, you can basically do linear cuts and go at a high speed, and you can do a linear cut into can I get a straight line? Thank you. You can go at a high speed like this, and when you want to stop, you just have to do a crazy dash and do it backwards, and you will stop much faster than going at normal speeds. I don't know if I can if I explained it correctly. Basically, what you want to do is do a crazy dash or a linear cut, and immediately press reverse to translate all the speed that you're carrying to backwards motion, so you can stop faster when you want to stop. That's the quote-unquote crazy stop. Also, you know, you have a brake button. As soon as you do the crazy dash, as soon as you do the crazy dash, and then you do the backwards motion to lose all your speed, obviously you have to press the brake button to stop even faster. I don't know if I explained it very well, because, you know, English is not my first language. I can't find the words always. But basically, it's not that hard to understand. Just do a crazy dash backwards and then press the brakes, and it's much easier to brake. In fact, when you're going at a normal speed and you want to brake... Yeah, I know, it's the wrong way. Yeah, I know. When you want to brake, it's much easier, even if you're going at a normal speed, without knowing all the tech, it's much easier to... That was a normal brake, with just pressing the brake button. If you go into reverse and then brake, you will stop much faster. So if you combine that, if you just combine that with the crazy dash motion, you will stop much faster than going at normal speeds. That's what I was trying to explain. Knowing this, I can go into a piece of tech that's slightly harder to do. Let me drop off this client so I can show you.
Come on now. Hey, yo.
Will I be able to do it even? No, doesn't seem like it. So let me go to an open space like this. This next piece of tech, there's two pieces of tech technically. One of them is called the crazy turn, which is basically when you're standing completely still, you gotta move your wheel, or press the direction completely to one side, and then press the acceleration button to spin in place, like doing a donut, like this. This is not very efficient. This is not very good because it takes too long to spin. But when you pick a customer and the customer wants to go in a direction that you don't want to go in that exact moment, you can always, like, if you pick up a client and they say they want to go exactly behind where you are facing, you can do this quickly to face the direction they want to go. But that's not the most efficient thing to do because it takes too long to turn. And now is when I explain the easier way to turn, which is a bit harder. To turn faster than that, you have to do it before you stop, not after you have stopped already. But that implies you know where each client wants to go, and that implies having more knowledge of the game. Implying you know where each client wants to go. If you're going fast, like this, if you're going fast, you can do a drift, which I will explain in a moment. Oh, that's Pizza Hut. You can do a drift and do basically this. See, you can turn much faster when you're moving. If you know where a client wants to go, you can spin much faster before you pick them up, not after you pick them up. If you don't know where they want to go, then you might have to spin after you pick them up. But if you are relatively sure or of where they want to go, because it's determined by the type of client and where they are in the map, you can change their direction before you pick them up. I'm back from having dinner. did you already get into Karl Marx's last capital part? No, I'm still explaining tech. Don't worry. So, well, I hope I explained how to do the crazy turn again. Just as a reminder, the crazy turn is let me get to the park so I can do it easier. The crazy turn is turn to one side, press accelerate button, and you can spin in place. The quote unquote crazy tail spin, as the community calls it, is going fast and turning before stopping, like this, and you can turn much faster. But you need to know where each client wants to go. That's that piece of tech. And in my notes, I have the crazy backdash. I already explained how to do the crazy backdash. You just have to do crazy dash and immediately press reverse to do the crazy backdash. Easy. Not very complicated. And the last piece of tech I have in my notes, it's a piece of tech that I mentioned a couple times, is knowing the map and knowing the clients, and that's something you can only get through experience and through practice. So sadly, if you wanna get good at the game really quick, there's no magic way to get better. You have to practice a lot, not only to learn how to do this tech that I explained, and I hope I explained it properly. You have to get actual real-life experience from the game. Not real-life experience driving a car, but you gotta get some practice in the game. You want to learn the types of customers, where they are, where they might want to go, where the places they want to go are, and on top of that, you want to apply all the tech that I talked about. That's how you get the higher scores in Crazy Taxi. Sadly, I cannot explain to you how the map works, how you can know all the shortcuts. I could be here all day if I wanted to explain all the shortcuts in the game. I won't do that. You gotta figure out that on yourself. But before we are done with the technical part of the game, I wanna let you know a little piece of knowledge, and it is there's a website from back in the day when the arcades were still common, which is called crazytaxi.net. It's a very old website and explains pretty much everything I already told you. It explains how to do some Easter eggs, mostly for the arcade version, and there's notes about clients and the map and where each client could be and where they might want to go. So you want to check that. If you want to check a different explanation than what I told you, you can always go to that website, reminder, crazytaxi.net. That's where at first I started to learn the game. That's where I got my clues. It's very good. I can recommend it. If you want a refresher, I'm gonna upload this to YouTube. So if you want a refresher, if you don't want to watch an entire video just to learn how to do this, you can go to that website, crazytaxi.net, and there's a bunch of stuff that I have told you. Maybe some stuff that I might have missed or that I just have omitted for the sake of brevity. I have simplified a bunch of stuff, and maybe I haven't explained it in the best way. So that's why I'm recommending it. And now that we have already explained how to play the game, we are going to move on to another part of the discussion, which is my favorite. And it is, in order to explain Crazy Taxi itself, and in order to explain what makes a Crazy Taxi game good, I wanted to dive deep into the theme of the game. This might get a bit heavy, this might be weird, because I'm going to do an artistic analysis of an arcade game, but it's something I really care about, and I think it's something really worth exploring. One of the main reasons why is because I feel like Crazy Taxi, like some other Sega games like Jet Set Radio, has a very specific theme and motive. Like Sega has always been a company with a ton of games with attitude, with a sort of youthful, rebellious attitude. You know, Sonic has always been the rebellious mascot. Again, Jet Set Radio is a game about being anti-system. Jet Set Radio is literally fuck cops, the game. And Crazy Taxi is also this kind of rebellious game made by Sega. The reason why I care so much is because other games that might have been inspired by Crazy Taxi do not respect the spirit of Crazy Taxi, which is in the themes that I want to talk about. There's this game that I'm gonna try later on stream, which is it's called Taxi Chaos, that I really want to be good, but I worry that their themes won't be as good or as insightful as Crazy Taxi's. I worry that they might not be able to capture the soul of Crazy Taxi. Even though they might capture the gameplay, they might not capture the soul of the game. And it's something I really care about, even though some of you might disagree with the messages I'm about to discuss. It's something very important. It's basically the soul of the game. Like it or not, look, I even prepared a small disclaimer image. If you have any problem with what I'm about to discuss, you can refer to this picture. I'm sure you have seen it already. You can refer to this. If you have any problem with me, you know, me, an arts student who dropped out of college, analyzing artistically a piece of art, which is a game. If you have any problem, just refer to this image. Some of the greatest games in video game history have had strong political messages. So, if you don't like me saying that Crazy Taxi has a political message, then I don't know, fuck you. I'm free, as an artist, to do an analysis of a game I like. And we'll start with some light stuff. We will start with the core of the game. That's their characters. The characters of the game each have slightly different motivations. I'm gonna put a small image on screen, which is this. Check this out. Hold on, I'm not gonna block the chat. I don't wanna block the chat. Check this out. You might ask, dude, why are you bringing up blood types? Well, because Crazy Taxi, as I said before, is a Japanese game. Japanese people use blood types kind of like we use astrology. They kinda, as you can see in your screen right now, they kinda determine some aspects of your personality. And Crazy Taxi's characters have their personality described in part by their blood types. They are listed in the game. So let's move to analyzing the characters one by one. Here is the first character, is Axel. This is an extract from the game's manual. This wild guy is known to have a hot and quick temper. His only reason for becoming a taxi driver is he believes being a cabbie is the coolest profession. Axel always shows his customers a good time while driving his classic car from the 60s. Okay. What is Axel's motivation? Axel's motivation is he thinks being a taxi driver is cool. And I think that's important. He's in it. Each character has a different motivation, believe it or not. And Axel is in it because he thinks it's cool. He likes his job. That's very important to the main theme of the game. He likes his job. And as I said, the blood type of the characters is also important. Let me look at my notes for 1 second. Axel is a type B, which, according to this, they are passionate, creative, but they are selfish and cooperative. So yeah, you can get that. This guy's not to have a hot and quick temper, and he's in it because he thinks it's cool. That checks. I think that checks. As I said, important. What's the character's motivation? His motivation is being cool. And now we will move to the coolest character in the game, in part for what I'm about to explain. And that's Billy Joe. Let's read Billy Joe's description. Billy Joe is a cabbie who is always friendly and cheerful. For him, driving a cab is a line of work in which he can make people happy. Very important. His motivation is making people happy. Happy is when he can bring a smile to the face of his customers. Billy is a master of both driving and conversational techniques. He's in the work only to make people happy. Again, he likes his job. He wants to make the world a better place by doing his job. It might be just a grain of sand, just a drop of water in a bucket, just a drop in the ocean, but he's contributing to making the world a better place. He's not. Billy Joe is not a selfish character. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to analyze his motivation. And going back to blood types, Billy Joe is a type O, which are easygoing and have leadership abilities, but they are insensitive and unpunctual. I'm pretty sure that's not really. If we're going by his description, he's not really insensitive. In fact, he is sensitive. Because he's a master of conversation and he wants to make people happy. And yeah, obviously, yeah, he's easygoing, as you can see. And well, as much as leadership ability, well, he does have conversational abilities. That's part of it. That might be part of it. Moving on, not to waste more time, to the last two characters, which don't have as much of a backstory as the other two. We can move on to Gina and Gus. Let me make this a little bigger. Gina is cool and sexy. That's what Gina is about. She has a strong passion for cars, and her reason for becoming a cab driver is simply because she can race around the city all day and get paid for it. Although she's not too concerned about pleasing her customers, she's timely when it comes to her delivery. So, she's not really in it for the money. She's in it because she likes to do the job and also she gets paid. So she's a character that, judging by her motivation, she likes her job. She's in it because she likes it. Very important. Again, going back to the blood types, as I explained before, she is type AB, I'm pretty sure. Let me check my notes. Yeah, she is a type AB. And type ABs are, hold on, whoa, this should be higher on the list, block this. Type ABs are talented and composed, makes sense. They are eccentric and two-faced, which, I mean, kind of makes sense. As you can kind of see by her character description that the talent part, the being talented and composed, she's not too concerned about pleasing her customers, but she's composed enough to be dutiful. And she's talented because, you know, she has a passion for cars and for her job. Again, this is very, very important in a thematic discussion. So far, 3 characters are into their jobs because they actively like their jobs and what they bring to the world. And Gus, the last character, which is a type B like Axel. Gus is pretty much like Axel but older. Gus is one cool drifter and the originator of the crazy taxi driving style. In the days while he didn't even own a car and he were driving a standard taxi cab, he had a flash of revelation and bought an old junk out 1955 Jalopy, which became the first crazy style taxi. Sadly, we don't have as much information about Gus and his motivation as we have about the other characters. We only know that he invented the driving style and he didn't even own a car back in his youth, so we might imply that Gus, when he was young, was relatively poor. That's what we can imply from his character. And him being a type B, again, passionate and creative, he invented the driving style. He's selfish and uncooperative. Make of that what you will. And with that, we conclude our breakdown of the characters. The most important part to take home from this breakdown is that each character, each character likes his job, actively has a passion for their job. None of them like their job, and none of them are exclusively in it for the money. They just like what they do. That's what defines a character. And after that, we can move on. Again, as I said before, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll do my best to answer. Moving on to the world about the discussion about the world of the game, not only the main characters. The main thing we can infer from the world of Crazy Taxi, and this might be a bit of a surface level breakdown analysis, is that the clients only care about two things. The people in the world who want to go on your taxi just care about two things: getting to their destination fast. They don't care about anything else in the process. They don't care about you smashing everything in your way. They might complain, but they don't really show any other way of caring. They might complain about you crashing because they are on the car, but they don't complain as in they don't tip you any less just because you crash. They don't care about you crashing objects. They don't care about any property destruction. They just care about getting there as quick as possible. And if you do it in a fun and exciting way, they tip you more. So that they care about two things: swiftness and fun. That's important to how this world kinda works. Because, newsflash, I see Crazy Taxi as a sort of parody of consumerism, in a way. At least the world of Crazy Taxi, I see it as a sort of parody of consumerism. Everyone is an adrenaline junkie then. Sort of. Everyone's hardcore into consumerism. When you pick up a client in Crazy Taxi, most of them want to go to places where you buy stuff. There's the priest who wants to go to church. There's people who want to go to a station. There's people who want to go to maybe the baseball stadium. But most of them want to go to places you can eat, like KFC, like Pizza Hut, like the the popcorn store. I think it's one of the places. They want to go to places where you can buy stuff, like the music store, clothing stores. They want to buy things. They are hardcore consumerists, and that's why I think it kind of, as I said, this is sort of a surface level analysis. They don't care about the process. They only care if the process is exciting, but they don't care if you destroy everything in your way, as long as you get there fast. It's sort of a parody, as I said. It's again, 1999 game. It's a parody of consumerism. A lot of things have parodied that kind of lifestyle. You know, The Simpsons, Dawn of the Dead, the basic media, popular media that just mocks people for being hardcore consumerist, just caring about consuming product and not caring about anything else that involves the product. They just care about consuming, having fun, and nothing else. That's the kind of world, that's the kind of vibe that I get from Crazy Taxi. And in a certain way, the licenses in the game, you know, the KFCs, the Levi store, the Fila store, Pizza Hut, I think there might be Taco Bell. I don't remember if Taco Bell is one of the stores. Having real life brands in the game helps to reinforce this sort of message that the clients just care about consuming products. Few of them want to go to places that are just daily life places. They want to consume. They are hardcore consumerists. It's a very capitalist world. That's what I'm trying to say. And if you think this was a surface level analysis of the game, that the main characters are all working class champions who really love their jobs and are in it to make the world a better place by doing the thing they like. Now, we're moving on to the really deep stuff. Now we're going to dive as deep as possible in the message of Crazy Taxi. And we're going to find some messages that are absolutely crazy, no pun intended. We're going to dive deep into the thing that, in my opinion, and probably most of your opinions as well, we're gonna dive into Crazy Taxi Iceberg Time. Exactly! We're gonna dive super deep into what everybody remembers the most about Crazy Taxi. If I ask you, what's the thing you remember the most about Crazy Taxi? You will probably tell me the most memorable part is the licensed music. It's the soul of the game. It's the thing that has the most personality because Sega went out of their way to purchase the rights to music with a ton of attitude, to give this game a ton of personality, to make it really stand out in the arcade in the year when it came out. In the late 90s, early 2000s, it was very important to have punk rock as music. But the music selection in the game is very important and it carries a very important message, which is why I wanted to talk about this so much. I've been thinking about it all week. I've been doing really deep dives into the music of Crazy Taxi and their meaning, their message, and what the soul of the game is. So we're going to talk about all the songs that are in the base version of the game. Sadly, copyright stuff, I cannot play them. But if you play the game, you will hear them, or you can just go hear them whenever you have time. So I'm gonna talk a bit about every song in the game in order. I'm gonna start by what I think is the weakest song, and we're gonna move up slowly to songs with what I would consider to be stronger meanings and more meaningful messages. So the first song in my list is 10 in 2010 by Bad Religion. In my opinion, the weakest song in the game. Not in terms of musicality or anything, I think all the songs in the game are good. I don't have any complaints about the songs as music. But 10 in 2010 has a big weakness. Let me take a sip before I continue. My mouth is getting dry, I'm talking a lot. 10 in 2010 by Bad Religion. It's a song that came in the 90s, that came out in the 90s. And it's a song, as the title implies, about there being 10 billion people on Earth. I'm missing my words. 10 billion people on Earth by the year 2010, which is, of course, a wrong prediction, which is what makes the song relatively weak. It's a very bleak depiction of the world. It basically talks about what the world would look like, how cruel the world would be. Overpopulation, starvation, not being able to feed everyone, not there being enough space for everyone on Earth. So, wrong prediction. Overpopulation is not that much of an issue right now because birth rates have gone down. But I think we can still extract a little bit of a message from this song. Allow me to show you a little extract of the song on stream here. This is one of the verses of the song. I'm gonna read it just for context for the people who are just listening. Happy and content, it can't happen to you. 2010. 15 years will think of a solution. That's for me the most important line in the entire song. 2010. It won't just appear one day. 2010. For 10 in 2010, we are all well on our way. Blah blah blah. As I said, not very relevant nowadays. The prediction was wrong, but we can extract a message from the song, which is the fact that we are not doing enough to combat the issues that are really affecting our planet and humanity as a whole. Even though overpopulation and there being 10 billion people on Earth is no longer that big of an issue as this song implies, we still have a big problem, which is global warming or climate change. That basically the entire message of the song applies exactly point by point to climate change instead of overpopulation. That's why I love the line 15 years will think of a solution, because it highlights the passivity of not only the population, well, the population is not always that passive, but the people in charge of society and businesses who are making the most damage to our planet in terms of climate change. Basically, their attitude towards the problem is that kind of passive solution. It will happen in 15 years. It will eventually come up with a solution. Don't worry. And then the song proceeds to say, it won't just appear one day. The problem won't just show up. It's gradual. We can stop it. And, well, the line, happy and content, it can't happen to you. You know, people who don't really care about climate change because it won't affect them, because they won't be here to suffer the consequences. That's what this song is criticizing. Again, for me, the weakest song in the game, because it's kind of a wrongful prediction, but it still has a strong message about the passivity of society, and especially the people who rule society and can make the biggest change. The passivity they have towards that problem, because it's not in their best interest. They would rather ignore the problem to make the most profit instead of addressing it to save the planet and the people who live in it. That's, in my opinion, even though the prediction was wrong, that, in my opinion, is quite the strong message. And moving on to the next song in my list, it's Way Down the Line by The Offspring. I would say it's a kind of a weak song as well, because it's kind of mean, like some punk songs. Some punk songs are kind of mean in their messaging. They feel like they are kind of insulting lower class people for their problems, but we can sort of derive a higher criticism of some issues we have in society. And let me show you some of my favorite lines from the song, so I can sort of show you what I mean. Let's read some of this. Nothing changes because it's all the same. The world you get's the one you give away. It all just happens again, way down the line. This is basically, in my opinion, again, artist interpretation. That's my interpretation. It's just one of them. I'm not saying my interpretation is perfect, but it's one of them. I think it's pretty good. In my interpretation, this is basically criticizing. How do I put this? It's criticizing basically how your environment shapes you. The entire song, it talks about how an abusive parent is abusive and alcoholic because their abusive father is beating his children and drinking too much because his father also was an alcoholic and beat him. So it's kind of, you might get the feeling, also it talks about a woman who gets pregnant at 17 and her son will grow up without a father, exactly like the girl's mother did. So basically it's criticizing how the kind of environment you grow up in will shape how you will, basically will shape you. The environment your fathers create will shape the kind of environment you will create for your kids when you have kids, if you have them. This is not a very meaningful message in terms of politics like the other song. But let's read the other verse of the song. There's a chain that's never been broken. There's a chain that's never broken. You know the story, sad but true. An angry man. That's what I was talking about before. Angry man gets drunk and beats kids. The same old way his drunken father did. What comes around, well, it goes around. you could say this song is criticizing, in a way, not only how the way we grow up is shaping our future, but also criticizing cycles of abuse and violence, which I don't know if you're very savvy in politics. I tend to listen to political stuff from time to time. But in terms of poverty and the kind of circumstances that create these toxic environments, poverty leads to poverty. If you grow up with poor parents, you have less opportunities to get what you need to be less poor in your future and be able to raise your kids so they won't be poor as well. This is a reality of life. You could say that poor people can lift themselves out of poverty, but it's way harder from them. Rich people basically grow up rich and will have a harder time losing their riches, and poor people will have a harder time growing out of poverty, so their kids won't grow up poor. This is the cycle of poverty, and what we can call social stagnation. Probably, I can't think of a term right now. It's basically the lack of social mobility. If you are poor, you will stay poor, most likely, and if you are rich, you will stay rich. This is a really big systemic issue, which we could try to address with some, political change, like welfare, equality of opportunity, giving more opportunities to poor people who tend to have less opportunities than rich people. That's what I feel. That's what this song, at its core, is trying to talk about. Even though its message is kind of mean-spirited and doesn't really convey what I interpret from it, as well as some of the other songs from the game. And now that I'm done with this one, we can move on to the next, the next song is Hear It by Bad Religion. Hear It by Bad Religion is the main title theme of the game, which means you don't hear the lyrics at all, you just hear the instrumental, but there's still something we can learn from the song. Let me show you on stream. I'm not gonna talk about this one that much, because it's not that important, because it's not, you don't listen to the song that much. It's just the main title theme of the game. I don't know if I should read the lyrics. You can read them if you want. If you're watching the VOD later, you can pause and read them. But basically, I'm gonna read an extract. Priests and politicians pretend that they're your friend, and politics speak to you like they are children again. Blanket statements like you're a rock, and they'll tell me maybe I'm acting a little too smart, but I don't want to hear anymore. Every day we hear the secrets of life reduced to cheap jokes, poetry, and friendly advice. They rather see us all pusillanimous, absorbing the course of the course of correctness, absorbing in their course of correctness, but I don't want to hear it anymore. It's pretty much, again, I'm not gonna talk about the song that much. Pretty much a song about conformity, about how the people in power, politicians overall, try to sell you conformity, and how your problems get turned into jokes, so you don't really think about them too much, and you don't try to solve them. We will talk about this later, because there's another song in the game that talks about this way better, and that's more meaningful because you don't really listen to these lyrics in the game. We will talk about it later. But it's basically how the people in power sell you a narrative in order to make you think less about your problems, so you complain about them less, and they, in turn, have to do less to solve your problems, which they kind of owe you, because you can't solve all your problems, because, systemic issues are not something that people can solve, but the government can do it. I'm kind of oversimplifying. This is a very deep political discussion. I could talk about it for days. It's kind of, if you want to talk about it more, we can do it. But it's kind of deep. I'm oversimplifying a bit. People who listen to this and don't really agree with the fact that you can't solve all your problems. Systemic issues are not something you can solve by yourself. It's basically the world stacking your odds against you. But either way, that's what the song is kind of about. We will talk about it later. Now let's move on to the other song that you don't really listen to the lyrics that much, and that is "Change the World" by The Offspring, which is wait, excuse me, I made a mistake. Here it is the character select theme. "Change the World" is the main menu theme. But in the character select screen, you don't listen to the lyrics either. These two songs are the same. You don't listen to the lyrics, so they're not that important. But it's also good to talk about them. So, where are my notes? Here's "Change the World" by The Offspring again. Let's check them out. Now, when the day is set, they line up all the same, and those who need the most will never get our gain. The ones you call your friends are failing to you again, reaching into a bag of tricks. Reaching to your bag of tricks and make it go away. Well, you don't want to change the world, like you say. Important. You don't want to change the world. In it for yourself and no one else. Basically, mocking egocentrism, selfishness, and the lack of empathy for other people, and not wanting to change the world because it benefits you. You're already saving yourself. You're gonna change the world. You're already saving yourself. You're gonna change the world. So it's basically again mocking the people who have power to change the world, like politicians, people who have a ton of wealth and could start. Fun fact: did you know that people as rich as Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk could almost pretty much end world hunger if they wanted, but they choose to not do it? They could change the world, but they don't want to do it because it's better to retain their wealth. They're in it for themselves, not for the rest of people. They don't want to make the world better. They just want the most benefit for them. If they wanted to make the world better, they could literally end world hunger. Or in some cases, they could buy a house for every homeless homeless person in America, and they would still be rich. That's what this song means. No, I don't wanna get super deep into it. That's kind of again oversimplifying just a bit. But that's the message. People who promise to change the world, but the world benefits them, so they don't really want to change it. They don't care about other people like us. They only care about themselves. And that's again a message that will come back in other songs from the game. When people defend capitalism as an efficient system for resource distribution, I asked them if Jeff Bezos should be considered a feature or a glitch for that system. Yeah, if Jeff Bezos, taken at the surface level, Jeff Bezos, Amazon is very useful. Amazon gets you a ton of things you might need for a very good price, so it's technically useful for us. But the bad part about Amazon is their workers are exploited, underpaid, they have really bad working conditions, and basically Jeff Bezos is massively rich to the point, again, that he basically has more money than any single person would ever need. No single person needs as much money as Jeff Bezos has. No human. You cannot justify it. The only reason why you would want so much money is to make your family richer in future generations. Or to change the world. But Jeff Bezos doesn't want to make the biggest change. He just wants to benefit himself and the people closest to him. Because that's, what feels better for him. Because it's selfish. In a way, we are all selfish. But people with that much power can make a ton of change. And they instead do a lot of damage. They do more damage than they do good, technically. And moving on to a more meaningful song, because we can listen to the lyrics of this one. We're moving to the main theme of Crazy Taxi. To the most memorable song in the entire game. The one everyone remembers. The one that's always referenced in Crazy Taxi memes. It's All I Want by The Offspring. And let me pull out the lyrics. Sadly, All I Want by The Offspring is not a very meaningful song. It's a song with a very shallow message in a way. Let me show you. Let's read this. How many times is it gonna take till someone around you hears what you say? You've tried being cool, you feel like a lie. You've played by the rules, now it's their turn to try. Remember this line. This line is important. So back up your rules, back up your drive, because I'm sick of not living to stay alive. Again, this is a very, very, very important line. Very important in my interpretation of the game. Leave me alone, I'm not asking a lot, I just don't want to be controlled. And the song goes, that's all I want, that's all I want. I don't, the songs from The Offspring, I feel have very easy lyrics to understand. If you want to make an interpretation of this song, basically, it's a punk rock song saying, leave me alone, I'm not asking a lot, I just don't want to be controlled. And critiquing higher powers in society. It's basically, it's punk, it's talking about anarchy, it's anarchy. It's don't tell me what to do, I want to do what I want. Which is, again, going back to the motivations of the characters are doing their jobs because they want and because they like it. Not because a higher force is telling them to do their job. They're in it because they enjoy it. It's very important. And now let's move to my favorite lines in the main theme of Crazy Taxi, which are, you've played by the rules, now it's their turn to try. Which in my opinion references the fact that higher people in our society, politicians, rich people like billionaires, do not really live by the rules of society. They have so much power that they can basically play the system for their own benefit. They live above the rules. They live above law. They can do crazy illegal stuff without facing any consequences most of the time. Well, I don't need to tell you about some of that stuff, you know who Jeffrey Epstein was, right? You know, his millionaire friends, you know what they did, right? They were living above the law. People who are crazy rich do not play by the same rules that the system is supposed to work with. Same goes for politicians. Politicians are so powerful that they can sometimes just overcome the rules of society. And we, as the lower class, are forced to live by those rules, despite the fact that the people who make the rules don't need to play by those rules. So the song is channeling that anger by saying that higher people, I believe, should live by their own rules instead of just making us live by those rules. We have played by the rules, now they should try to either live by their own rules, which they don't, or to live by our rules, which they also should, because that's how democracy works. And my other favorite sentence in the song is, I'm sick of not living to stay alive. This is a very, very important song. It links back, this line in the song, it links back to the motivation of the characters, as I explained before. Sorry, I'm scratching my. I'm sick of not living to stay alive. It basically represents the fact that lower class people basically have to give up their life, make a ton of sacrifices, work their asses off, work their entire lives to make money just to survive. Because if you don't work, you die in our society. Work is the single most important thing that every person has to do. You have to do it or you die. And that's a critique of capitalism that we can see in the works of people like Karl Marx. Yeah, that's the, hey, Karl Marx reference, everybody. I did it. I somehow managed to link Crazy Taxi to Karl Marx. One of Karl Marx's most important ideas is that everybody should do what they can and receive what they need. From each, according to their need. How is it? From each according to their according to their ability. for each according to their need. Everyone should give to society what they can, and they have to receive from society what they need. If you can't work for it for some reason, if you can't find a job, if you can't work a job because you're disabled or something, or even if you don't want to have a job, don't you think it's a little inhuman of society to say, if you don't want to work, you should die? You should starve because you don't want to work or die? That's basically what our society is telling us. This, and hold up, I'm gonna do a reach. I'm gonna reach right now so far, I'm gonna look like Michael Jordan at the end of Space Jam. You remember that scene at the end of Space Jam? That's the kind of reach I'm gonna do right now. This sort of worshipping of work that we do as a society, it's something that's kind of, in a way, authoritarian. Again, I think it's kind of inhuman to tell people that they should die if they don't work. Work is something that we should do, but not something we must do, in my honest opinion. I think if you leave people be, they will work because they want to work and because they enjoy their work. You don't want people to work because they can't do anything else. You want people to work because they want and because they enjoy work. You want people to be motivated, not to be forced into their jobs. And currently, our society, that's kind of what we do, because if you don't work, again, you die. And you might remember a little sentence. I'm gonna condemn this kind of worshipping of work that we do. You might remember a little sentence that goes, "Work sets you free." If you've never heard it, you should look it up. I hope you don't agree with the fact that work sets you free, because you don't want to know who said it. You don't want to know. Don't want to know who that's the catchphrase of. Okay. Again, we should not worship work. Work is very important. That's how our society functions. We should work, but we should not be forced to work under the threat of death. In my opinion, that's kind of inhuman. And to people with, lower incomes in the lower stratus of society, lower strats of society. I don't know the word. For the people who are lower class, who are poor, working is kind of their method to survive. They don't have a life. They live to work, and they work to live. And that's kind of inhuman, in my opinion. And now that I've talked about all this, let's move on to another song, because I've already rambled about this long enough. I think I've done something that I shouldn't. Oh my god! I'm very sorry, I've removed myself. Give me a second. Oh fuck, I'm so stupid. Apologies. I'm back here. I'm here again. My apologies. I'm back. Let me center myself. That's good, right? Apologies. Now let's get back to my notes. No, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm sorry, but I'm gonna do another bathroom break, and then we'll follow with the rest of my notes. There's only 2 songs left, and they're kind of important, again, not only to the game and its meaning, but to also the world we live in right now. So, hang on tight, get hyped. We're gonna be back in just a little moment. Apologies. I'm back. Wait, I didn't remove this? Doesn't matter. Everything's good again, right? Okay. So now let's move on to the following song in the repertoire of the game. Are you ready? Are you ready for this? Just watch this. You're gonna love this, okay? The next song is called Them and Us by Bad Religion. Sorry, I kinda blanked there. Them and Us, so just by the title, you will probably guess what the song is about. And you can see the lyrics on your screen right now. Oh, excuse me. We'll read them right now. Despite that he saw blatant similarity, he struggled to find a distinctive I don't know what that word is. All he found was vulgar superficiality, but he focused on the sharpness and shared it with the others. It signified his anger and his misery. Very, very important. You can already tell what this song is trying to tell. You can already tell. It's a very important punk message. It's very on your face, in your face, excuse me. It's very, 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 very not subtle, but it's very important. It's the spirit of the game. Chorus, them and us, loving determined through a mire of disbelievers, them and us, dire perpetuation and incongruous insistence that there really is a difference between them and us. Hate is a simple manifestation of the deep-seated self-directed frustration. All it does is promote fear and consternation. It's the inability to justify the enemy and to fill a soul with trepidation. I mean, do I really have to explain it? This song is basically talking about prejudice. And not only about prejudice, this song is about not being able to see the similarities between you and your neighbor, about seeking the difference to validate your misery. This is the... Let me say this. I think this song, speaking strictly in terms of politics, this song is talking about class solidarity. For example, let's use the example of, let's talk about people who are lower class and they blame the fact that they are not able to find a job on immigrants, for example. Immigrants are coming here, they are stealing our jobs, they are the enemy because they are different. You know what I mean. Since they are different, you want to see the difference, but you don't want to see the similarity, which is that immigrants are exactly like you. They're here to survive, to find a better opportunity for their families, and you refuse to see that. You refuse to see that immigrants are exactly the same as you, even though they, in the surface, as the song says here, all he found was vulgar superficiality, but he focused it to sharpness. You only look at the surface, which is immigrants are different, they look different, they speak a different language, but you don't see that deep inside they are exactly the same. You just care about them because they are different, so you think they are the enemy, and it justifies your misery. You think your misery not being able to find a job is because of people who are in the same position as you, instead of focusing on, as I explained in the previous song, the fact that we shouldn't really have to work to survive. You shouldn't be in misery just because you can't find a job. I mean, society should be advanced enough to kind of guarantee a safety net that if you can't find a job, you should be able to survive and live at least a dignified life, not live in misery. I think you understand what I mean. And this song basically, as I said, class solidarity. You can make it about racism. You can make it about, I don't know, sexism, homophobia, any sort of prejudice that makes you focus on differences that don't really matter because people can't choose who they are. Every kind of prejudice that focuses too much on the people who are over-focusing on differences instead of focusing on the similarities of people. And, class solidarity. This is what this song is about. Very simple. I don't need to explain anymore. I think the message is crystal clear. And with all this said, We are nearing the end by now. We are moving on to, in my opinion, the single most important song in all of Crazy Taxi, which is the credit song. It's called Inner Logic by Bad Religion. And I'm gonna pull up the lyrics again. Boop. Let me read them. Very complex. Okay? I'm gonna tell you to remember a few of these. Again, I don't need to tell you, but if any questions arise, if you have any questions, even if you want to add something that I might be missing, or if you want to, maybe, I don't know, if you find a mistake in anything I'm saying, you find something that I'm missing, just let me know. Again, I'm open to any sort of questions and commentaries. Now let's read the lyrics of the song. Like a morning crow and this and welcome song, or a worn out broken record that keeps skipping along. Mountains of instructions keep packing on me. Wait a minute. Hey! Stupid! That was a mistake. Just forget everything I've said, okay? I wasn't reading the lyrics. I realized they weren't something very familiar. Okay, this is the one. This is the one. Apologies, I forgot. My mistake. Let me move my camera just a little bit. Now, going back to reading. Decorated warriors drill harmless kids of payment, simulating tyranny under red alert, protecting the opulent, and staging moral standard. They expect redemption of character and self-growth. I think this bridge of the song, again, the message, very easy to read. Protecting the opulent, basically, I'm going to explain it already, okay? It's very simple. It's talking about how the military doesn't defend the country, it just defends the people running it. You know the meme, I'ma keep it real with you, US military, I'm not gonna go die for some oil company. You're not defending your company, your country, you're defending the monetary interest of the oligarchs. Everyone knows it at this point. No one likes the military. We all know you're just defending the rich and powerful. You're just defending politicians, not people in your country. That's basically what this verse is referring to. And the song as a whole is talking about something a little bit deeper. So let's keep reading. There is a neurologic. Well, this is the chorus. I don't ask questions. Very important. Don't promote demonstrations. Very important. Do not rebel. Do not say something that goes against the status quo. Do not question the status quo. Just don't ask questions. Do not demonstrate against it. We are taught to stay far from it. We are indoctrinated, excuse me, that was a mistake, from birth to not question the system we live in. Don't look for real consensus. Don't stray from constitution. Again, just reiterating the same point. It is simple and elegant. If I pierce the complexity, it is simple and elegant, but it's cruel and antithetic. Again, reiterating the same point. If I pierce the complexity, I won't find salvation. Just the bold true and aware truth of the evil and deception. This basically means that revealing the truth, knowing the truth, again, that the system is not perfect. The system is not how they tell you it is. The system is not equal. You do not have equality of opportunity. The system is fucked up against you because that's what makes people on top benefit the most. And people on top don't want to change the system because if they change the system, it would basically lower their chances of becoming even richer and more powerful. They will have to relinquish some of their power in order to make the world more equal, so they don't want that. But knowing that and not being able to fight against it, that won't save you. It will only make you more miserable because you now understand your situation. And that's why, since it will only make you more miserable, some people will tell you that it's in your best interest to not question the system because ignorance is bliss. Big point right there. Let's keep reading. There is an inner logic, that's the chorus of the song. No equality, no opportunity. Again, really critiquing the system we're living under. we're trying to stay far from it. Well, that's exactly the same as before, so I'm not gonna read that part. No tolerance for the progressive alternative. It literally says progressive right there. No equality, no opportunity, no tolerance for the progressive alternative. Big message right there. It's literally left-leaning politics, like it or not. Crazy Taxi, very political game. I think I've explained basically everything I could explain about it right now. All the songs point to very big left-wing kind of talking points, even Marxist at times. Very radical, anarchist, socialist, you would say, Marxist politics. You might say, oh, but Lars, why would Sega, a capitalist company, make an anti-capitalist game? Well, because that's how art works. Maybe Sega just wanted to, I don't know, get cool punk songs because that was what the kids like nowadays. But that's what Death of the Author is for me to interpret the meaning of the game and to say, yeah, basically, Crazy Taxi, a parody of capitalism, and every single song of 7 of them in the game promote progressive ideas. So basically, that is it. Here's my PhD. The very spirit of Crazy Taxi is a very political game that promotes leftist ideas. If you don't like it, then I'm sorry, but that's Sega for you. Like it or not, unintentionally or intentionally, Sega is very anti-system. Even if it's just a facade, even if it's just posing, Sega has that flavor of anti-system. Again, Jet Set Radio, one of my favorite games, is also ACAB, literally fuck cops the game, and Crazy Taxi is capitalism kinda sucks the game. And that's my thesis. I hope you liked it. Now that I have explained what makes Crazy Taxi be the kind of game that it is, what's the soul of Crazy Taxi, after all this time, goddamn, this has been long as fuck, I will make a couple of examples of why it's the sum of its parts. Crazy Taxi is great gameplay mixed with a certain soul and spirit of punk rock, anti-system, anti-capitalist message. That's what makes the soul of Crazy Taxi. That's why the sum of its parts makes how it is. The whole is better than the sum of its parts. The message adds to how good the game is. Even if you don't like it, the fact that it has such a strong message with such valid points, I feel it makes the game so much stronger. Another day we should speak about Sonic, environmentalism, and tyranny. Exactly, Sonic. I spoke before with 10 in 2010 song. That song is about our population, not exactly environmentalism, but you could link it to environmentalism. And Sonic is the environmentalist game by Sega. Crazy Taxi is the anti-police, anti-authority game. I said Jet Set Radio is the anti-police, anti-authority game. Crazy Taxi is anti-capitalist. Sonic is environmentalist. Sega, very subversive, very progressive at times. Again, not everything in their games is perfect. For example, they have a song that's literally anti-racist, but their depiction of a black man in the game is kind of racist. Even if it's unintentional, it's kind of racist and insensitive. Again, racism doesn't have to be intentional. It just has to be. It just has to be effective. If I kind of, I don't know how to express that point. Just because you're not trying to be racist doesn't mean you're not being hurtful. That's what I was trying to say. So yeah, and now the soul of Crazy Taxi, after a long time, has been explained. Now we can move on as to explaining why the soul of the game and the gameplay is so important to creating the best Crazy Taxi experience. Let me explain. What's the first game that comes to mind when you think of a game that's kind of like Crazy Taxi, but not like Crazy Taxi? What's the first Crazy Taxi clone that comes to mind? Very easy. You shouldn't have to think. You already knew it. You already knew it. I have it here. I have it right here. It's our favorite Crazy Taxi clone, The Simpsons Road Rage. And I'm gonna explain why this game is not very good. I like it. Don't get me wrong. I like it. It's a fun game, especially if you like The Simpsons. It's full of references. It's fun. It's fun. It's a fun game. It's not bad. Hold on. Let's take a sip. I've been talking for so long. The Simpsons Road Rage. In the gameplay department, I explained to you everything about how Crazy Taxi works, all the gameplay gimmicks. Basically, The Simpsons Road Rage has none of those gimmicks. You just press accelerate and the car goes as fast as it can go. No tricks, no bonus for doing tricks, no big deals. I don't know if I can explain much about it. There's not many complications with the Simpsons Road Rage. You just go in a straight line, deliver the clients as fast as possible, and that's it. Few tricks, the maps are way less intricate than in Crazy Taxi. Basically, the gameplay is way more boring and less refined. Though, Simpsons Road Rage has more maps, more characters, which is what makes it, in my opinion, kind of fun. Again, this game is okay. It's not. It's obviously it cannot live up to the name of Crazy Taxi, but it's kind of fun. Okay. And now we will move on to what is the story of The Simpsons Road Rage. What's the story of the game? I don't know if you've ever played it, but the story of Simpsons Road Rage is Mr. Burns buys off all the transportation methods in Springfield just to replace them with his new atomic bus, or nuclear bus, or something like that, which is crazy contaminating. The people of Springfield don't really like that because it's contamination, and it's a monopoly. So basically, the villain of the game, ultra-capitalism, and the lack of an environmentalist mentality. But yeah, the villain is Mr. Burns, capitalist, and he's contaminating the environment. Again, kind of similar to Crazy Taxi in that sense. But the solution to the problem in The Simpsons Road Rage is for the people of Springfield to create their own alternative to Mr. Burns' system, which is to drive their own cars, to make money, and buy off the transportation system from Mr. Burns, so they can return to normal. Again, we already have a problem there. The objective in The Simpsons Road Rage is not to better the system, it is to go back to the less bad system. That's the first miss. It's kind of a trope that's called the evil capitalist is defeated by the good capitalist. That's the kind of a vibe I'm getting off here. I like the message of the people uniting against the bad capitalist to create their own safer alternative. However, the thing of let's raise money to reinstate the older system, don't really like that message. That's kind of like, again, good capitalism against bad capitalism. When the alternative in Crazy Taxi is capitalism is straight up bad. It's not some capitalism is bad or extreme capitalism is bad. It's straight up the system is fucked up. In Road Rage, the system is okay enough to want to go back to it. They want to return to the status quo, not challenge the status quo. That is a big flaw in the message of the game. Even though I like some stuff about it, it's fun. I would still recommend it. I would still recommend playing Simpsons Road Rage. Fun game, lots of characters, 5 maps. It's kind of fun. Also has mini games. It's okay, but it doesn't live up to either the gameplay or the soul of Crazy Taxi. And now I'm gonna do something that's basically the whole reason why I wanted to do this this stream, and that is, hold up, where is it? Well, I'm already done with this, so I'm gonna play this game later. Okay, let me, what is it? This one, okay. I'll turn on this one. Great. I'm gonna turn the music off for a second. Basically, the whole reason why I spend so much time explaining to you why I think Crazy Taxi is so good and so worth playing, and why the message is so meaningful, is because very recently a Crazy Taxi inspired game called Taxi Chaos came out. And I'm gonna try it on stream later when I'm done with this. I wanna try it, I wanna give it an honest chance, and hold on, I'm gonna lower the volume so I'm not freaked out. We're gonna watch the trailer for Taxi Chaos, okay? And we're gonna break it down at least on a surface level, okay? If you stuck around during the whole stream, you know I explained to you why Crazy Taxi is so good, what to look forward to in a Crazy Taxi inspired game in order for it to be worthy of being a successor of the Crazy Taxi brand. So let's look at this new game inspired by Crazy Taxi and see if it's better or worse. Hopefully better. I really, really want it to be better. Let's look at the trailer.
Rated everyone 10 and up.
Hey, taxi! I'm late for the movie. To the cinema, please.
Let's get this bread.
Again, I think we can all agree, game looks pretty good. Graphics, not bad, good style. Looks faithful to Crazy Taxi. Very faithful, in fact.
Glad to make it in one piece.
Discover best routes. So there's an emphasis in getting. There's an emphasis on. It's very similar to Crazy Taxi. You can really tell that the people who made this wanted to make something that's like Crazy Taxi. Now let me get the trailer to a lower speed, and we're gonna break it down bit by bit. The jumps feel weird in a Crazy Taxi pseudo sequel. Yeah, that's the one thing I don't like. They feel very awkward. I don't really like how they feel. They look awkward, but again, I'm gonna give the game an honest chance. Not gonna complain about it. Maybe the jumps are great. So let's replay that trailer and see what makes it good. Let's see what stuff I like about it. On slow motion. Again, you can see. Whoa, 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 whoa! Why are you pausing? Oh shit! Oh shit! Are you seeing the same as? There's a mouse cursor. That's not my mouse. My mouse. There's a mouse cursor in the video. That's a big oversight right there. There's a mouse right there. That's not mine. Like in the hold up. I don't know if I can point to it. Can I show you my pointer? Yeah, I can. Let me show you my pointer. Does it show up? Doesn't seem like it's showing up. No. Anyway, doesn't matter. There's a pointer in the. Well, first of all, you can see the colors above the. You can see the colors above the passengers. So, first thing that's kind of similar to Crazy Taxi. One thing that they've done kind of well. Yeah, you can see. I don't know what the clocks mean yet, but you can see that the colors are kind of like on Crazy Taxi. They symbolize I guess how long the route will be. The circles are not colored. I would prefer them to be colored. Now you can see just the environment, a thrift store. Not much to see there. Jumps right off the bat. Wait, did he hit the lights, the traffic lights? Yeah, He hit the traffic lights. Jumps, as I said, kind of awkward, but the physics of the game don't look bad. One thing I want to complain about is that the clients look kind of boring. I would prefer them to be. Hold on. Well, I'm gonna turn on the music again. I would prefer the clients to look a little bit more interesting. The drivers, we'll see if the drivers have personality. Basically, this old dude looks kind of like Gus. It's like the Gus stand-in. And the other character is a black girl. See, some clients are very boring. You can see another clock right here, a different color. Let's see what that means when you play the game. See, the clients jump into the car, the animation is very faithful to Crazy Taxi, the arrow. The arrow is red instead of green. I don't know if it changes colors depending on how far you are. Physics seem to be alright. The jumping is awkward. Here it says meet crazy passengers. I hope they are crazy. Hold on. He's giving you a tip from doing a trick. That's good. That's kind of like in Crazy Taxi. If you jump, you get tips. That's good. That means they're going out of their way to make an experience closer to Crazy Taxi than, for example, the Simpsons Road Rage. The jump's super awkward. I don't like the physics of the jump. They look very weird. The physics are weird, I don't know. But I like what I see. I'm just kind of skeptical. I don't want to be disappointed. It's very faithful, or it looks very faithful at least, but I don't know how it will play. In one part of something about this stop right here, makes me feel like the player has crashed into this piece of the environment on purpose to make the stop easier for them. So that's kind of similar to a tactic in Crazy Taxi. I hope that's what I'm seeing right here. I hope that's what kind of the tactics of the game are. I want this game to be very technical, and it seems like the emphasis of the game is to make an intricate map with shortcuts and everything. And here you saw the taxi dashing. You see stars coming out of the gas pipe and sparks coming out of the wheels. I really hope that's a Crazy Dash. Because that would mean the game is even closer to Crazy Taxi than I imagine. If the only thing I don't like about this game is the jumps, I will be very, very happy. What else? Open environment right here. Here seems like you're able to drift. Let's see how the physics are. You can crash into the environment, very important for pro strats in the game. It's a selling point, smash everything out of the way. It's important. Mayhem seems to be important in the game. See passengers jumping out of the way. Yeah, basically chaos. It's in the title of the game. So basically it seems like they kind of want that kind of chaotic feeling, which is good. The only thing I'm not sure of is the jumping. I'm kind of optimistic. I really hope I'm not wrong in being optimistic, but I don't want to get my hopes way too high up. I'm reading reviews and it appears the jump is inspired by Crazy Taxi 2. And there's an arrowless mod. That's kind of like Crazy Taxi 1 has an arrowless Easter egg. In Crazy Taxi 2 and 3, sadly, I haven't played them. I want to play them someday. If the jump is inspired by Crazy Taxi 2, this might be even better than I imagined. I really want this game to be good. And now that we are done explaining all this and doing this breakdown, the YouTube video, I will cut it quits. The YouTube video is done here. No more YouTube video. If you watched it until the end, be sure to subscribe. Check the links in the description. like the video, share it around if you really like it. Make sure to, I don't know, tell people to watch it if you think this is a worthwhile guide. And now, I will proceed to the people watching on stream as well. Be sure to check the link, subscribe, all that kind of stuff. And now, we will proceed to do some Crazy Taxi 1 gameplay. Live gameplay. Where is it? Here is the game. You wanna see some Crazy Taxi? By the way, speaking of reviews about Taxi Chaos, I did not really want to watch reviews because I wanted my experience to be as unbiased as possible. I didn't want to know how the game was before trying it. I wanted to go as blind as possible, just watching the trailer. So, depending on the time I have, I might do an arcade and original, or just an arcade one. I don't know. Now that the video's over, I can tell it this coming on new Infinite Marathon. Yeah, I think I know what you mean. I have heard of the new Infinite. So, do you have any specific character that you would want to see? If you have any specific character, just tell me right now. You're gonna see top tier, low tier, Axel for standard play. You have a favorite? Just tell me. New Infinite with a ham. Nah! Well, if there's a new Infinite, then better, bro. Then even better. Well, anyway, do you want to see any specific character?
Go ahead and pick a car and drive her.
Oh shit, you have 15 seconds. Tell me one, or I'll pick Billy Joe. I don't know. You're gonna pick Billy Joe. Billy? Billy, then Billy Joe. Like Gina? Okay, I'll play Billy Joe first and Gina second.
Yeah, we can
I'll play Gina in the second round.
It's time to make some crazy money. Are you ready?
Let's go.
Here we go.
Here, crazy stop. Stop super fast to pick up your client. I haven't told you about this before, but it's very important to stop as close to your client as possible to avoid losing much time, because the time your client spends climbing onto your taxi is deducted from your total time. The timer doesn't stop.
You're so fast.
So it's important to stop closer to them
Take me down.
so you don't lose a lot of time. I'm doing a lot of dashes right now to gather as much speed as possible. And here, this is a kind of glitch in the game. It's called a wall stick.
You're a great driver.
It's got a wall stick, and it basically gives you a lot of points, but it makes you lose time. It's derived from the physics of the game. Here you can watch how to spin before you start, dash, limit cut to gain more speed, gain as much speed as possible. You gain so much speed that you even jump accidentally. It's hard to control. Oh shit.
Nothing I can't handle. Yo, need a ride?
Yo, the original Levi store! I love the product placement. Here, there's Pizza Hut.
You hit it. Ow. Hey.
Here's a shortcut.
Move it. All right. All right. Hats off to you. Whoa. Hop in again sometime.
Oof, bad time.
Hey, come on, get in.
KFC. I love the product placement. It's a shame that the Steam version doesn't have it and you can't really mod it in.
I saved you, right? Take it easy. Come on, get in. Thanks. Take it to yeah, party time. Yeah. Move it. Yo, what's up with you?
Oh shit.
I'm the best.
Bad stop again. I'm not an expert in the game. I just know the theory, not the practice. It's very different. Turn before starting. Get some drifts going. Get some dashes going. And here, quick stop. Perfect.
I saved you, right? Take it easy.
Nice!
Need a ride?
I crashed into that car to stop faster. That was a good strat.
Get me out of here.
Yeah, we'll be on our way.
Yeah.
See how much speed I'm gaining just from dashing continuously?
Oh, pay more attention. Ha ha ha. Go that time bonus.
And that's a crash to save time.
Yeah, I'm the king.
Oh.
Yo,
Hold
yo,
on.
need a ride?
Watch it, fool. Take me to the church.
Yeah, we'll be on our way.
By the way, if you want the deepest strats, technically people in the street only try to avoid the front part of your car. So if you want the passenger to not avoid you when you're getting closer, you may want to hit them with the back part of your car, so they are close as possible as close as possible to your car, but they don't run away. I don't know if I'm explaining the point correctly. By the way, I don't know why my avatar isn't capturing the movement of the stick of the controller. It can do that, but
Move it, move it. Yo, stay in your seat.
oh no, bad bounce, bad bounce. That's the physics of the game fucking with me. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Doing horrible, doing horrible.
I know. Well, just wasn't my day. Look at the time. This just isn't my day. Are we leaving today?
Another dude that wants to go to church. Not complaining.
Move it, move it.
Move your butt.
Nah, that was a great stop right there. Really quick.
Wait up, where you going?
Yo, hop
You know what
in.
you're doing.
Okay, now I was explaining it before when I was checking the video, but now I'm gonna do oh shit, my favorite trick, my favorite quote unquote shortcut in the game, which is this drop right here. You drift.
Where are you looking at?
By the way, reminder: in order to drift, you have to, as you're turning,
I saved you, right?
just switch the gears really fast from, well, you should be going on drive, then you press reverse, you go back to drive immediately as you're turning,
Take me to the hospital.
and that will make your car drift. Sometimes it can drift without you changing the gears, but that's the most, that's the way to do it on purpose, I guess.
Yeah.
Depending on if you hit the brakes or not. Depending on if you hit the brakes, when you drift, the car will move horizontally. How will I explain this? I can find the words right now as I'm trying to focus on the game.
Hey, that was serious.
Hold on, I'm gonna pause to try to focus. When you're doing a drift, if you hit the brakes during the drift, your car will slide further. I think that's what I was trying to say. It will slide on its side even further. So if you want to slide on your side,
Day. Watch it.
you have to hit the brake while you're doing a drift.
Take me to the bank. You're gonna love this.
Again, right now, I'm showing a bunch of techniques like, whoa, hitting something to stop faster, doing the dash right as you start.
To the rescue.
Just go.
You're gonna love.
I want to try to show changing directions. I want to show changing directions when you're stopping,
Let's go. Pay more attention.
so you know what I meant before when I explained it.
Pay more attention.
Man, I'm not doing very well.
Watch it, you idiot.
Oh shit, that was fucking bad!
I got you.
Hey, you're going the wrong way. Follow the arrow.
I lost a lot of time there.
Turn around then.
Hopefully I can make it back when I play the other map. Man, I'm doing so fucking bad today.
Are we leaving today?
What did you need? Go to the hotel.
Yeah. Party time.
Look, this is what I meant. You gotta spin before you start,
Today.
so when you pick up someone and they say they want to go in the opposite direction you are going, you don't have to turn all the way around. You lose way less time. That was a perfect example right there.
I'm the best.
You're so fast.
Yeah, I'm the king. Are we leaving today?
Watch it, fool! Just drive!
You're gonna love this.
Hats off to you! Oh! Watch it, you dumbass!
Oh shit, oh god, oh.
Go that way!
Shut up, move your butt.
All right! That was serious speed!
That was nice. Sorry, I picked up red right there. It's a short ride, short ride.
Watch it, fool!
Again, this is knowledge of the game.
I wanna go to the hospital.
Once you get used to it, you'll start to remember where everyone wants to go. Fuck! Man, I'm missing all my stops, dude.
Hey, I do better.
Here, that's
Are
great!
we leaving today?
Watch it, you nearly killed me.
That's great. I'm in the perfect position, you see? I'm in the perfect position to go in the direction that I needed. Man. Nah, I'm not gonna make it. Not gonna make it. Not gonna make it. Oh shit, I'm doing so bad, dude. Nah.
Running out of time, hurry.
That was not very good. 19 customers? I've done better. And now we're gonna do the other map. Hey, the credits are kinda different than the console version. I'm so used to the Steam one. Yeah. Ah! Hey! I didn't press A. What the fuck? Okay, so now we're gonna do original map with Gina, and you'll probably be able to see why the original map is worth playing, because it's kind of different. It feels different to the normal one. Oh no, not arcade.
Alright, let's go make some crazy money.
Go ahead and pick a car and driver.
I said I was gonna do Gina. Hold on. If my hands aren't gonna show the movement, then I might as well deactivate that mode. Gina!
Okay, let's play it cool.
The mysterious player who topped the DDR rankings in my local arcade. Oh, I wonder who it is!
Aren't you in a hurry?
Oh, there's Levi's in this map too! I'm not used to playing this map in the console version, I'm used to the Steam one. I know the other map from the arcade version, so I remember the brands, but not in this one. I think I made a mistake already! I made a mistake! I took the wrong turn! As I told you, the original map, the arrow can be misleading. The arrow's kind of misleading. You have to know where to go with a lot of practice.
Okay, you ready?
Fuck, I lost a lot of time already.
No problem. I could do better. Get in already.
Thanks.
Okay, now I'm gonna do one of the craziest jumps
Hang on.
in the game.
Let's go.
Okay.
This map is kind of split in two parts. There's a big ramp splitting the two parts.
Okay.
This one. And you can look at this fucking shortcut, it's incredible. That was a wrong turn.
Make it right.
Okay.
And look at how much time I saved. Fuck.
More attention.
Oh god. Losing time.
Make a left.
That way, right?
But anyway, I still got here with a ton of time.
Satisfied. Ciao. Yoo-hoo.
Hey, good job. Start driving, honey.
Okay, better hang on.
As you can see, again,
Come on now.
not to repeat myself, but this map is very wide, you can drive on water.
Ouch! Come on now. Can't you see? Hey, come on now.
Okay,
Do it.
we're gonna fly.
Ouch! Pay more attention. Dude, go that
Okay,
way.
you ready?
Woohoo!
Fuck, dude. I think that might be a shortcut.
More careful.
Hey, you're going
Nah.
the wrong way. Follow the
Again,
arrow.
this only reiterates my point. This map can be very confusing and misleading.
Go that way.
Not to make excuses.
Ouch! Come on now, can't you see?
Not to make excuses, the arrow is genuinely misleading in this map.
Have a good
Yo,
day.
thanks.
Not bad. Aren't you in a hurry? Get in.
Did you take me to?
Okay, you ready? Don't
Nice.
be afraid of the others.
You're so fast.
Really? Get in already.
Thanks. Take me to the police station.
Okay, we're gonna fly.
Yay! Ouch! Are your eyes closed? And damn it!
Okay.
Ouch! Are your eyes closed? Yay!
And where's the police station?
Go straight.
Is it here?
You ready?
Have you seen those two shortcuts?
Don't beat me with the others.
Have you seen those two? This is why this map can be so much fun even though it's
Get in
fucking
already.
broken.
Start driving, honey.
Okay. You
This
ready?
map's insane. Wait. Yet one more.
Pay more attention. Hey, make a
Okay.
left. Ouch! Pay more attention. Oh,
Get up here.
yo, go
That
straight.
way, right?
Man, damn it.
Oh no. Oh no, the train. Ah, okay.
Get it for next time.
Yo,
I'm doing fine this run, even though I'm only at 3,000.
You're tough enough. Let's
Hold on. My eye's itchy. Okay, let's go! Once I'm done with Crazy Taxi, I think I'm gonna take a little break.
Hey, you're going
What do you mean I'm going the wrong way? But, oh, motherfucker. I hate this map, dude. It's so fun when you know where to go, but when you don't remember, you get fucked.
Hey, you're going
Spin,
the
spin,
wrong
spin,
way.
spin, spin.
Follow the arrow.
Oh, shit!
okay. We're gonna fly.
Man, I hate this map.
Pay more attention.
I hate this map. Nah, I lost this dude. I lost this client.
Relax.
Out of time, step on it. Time, you suck.
I'm gonna pick this one up.
Okay, I'll get someone. Aren't you in a hurry? Get in.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, you ready?
I'm sorry, even though I told you that I was so acquainted with the game that I wasn't able to do the best demonstration in the live gameplay segment.
Are your eyes closed?
Oh no, not this one. There. Fuck. Ah no! Oh god. Nah.
Calm and relax.
I can't believe I already lost!
Oh, damn. Next.
Ah, I already lost.
Oh, no. I'm late.
Well, that was kinda awful.
Check out how you did today. Now let's take a look. Last me license. Decided to play it safe, huh? Come back next time and show us your best. Game over.
Well, that should be... That should be kind of enough of a demonstration. I'm really sorry that I wasn't able to do better. But I hope the point got across. Again, with practice, you can... With practice, you can do much better than that. I did really bad. I mean, at times I can get to... At times I can get to... over 10,000 points. Now I did really bad today. But anyway, I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do a little something. I'm gonna take a small break to get something to eat, to set up my Switch, which has a game on it, the Taxi Chaos game on it. And hopefully, when I'm back, we will try Taxi Chaos, and I really, really, really hope it's fucking baller. I hope it's really amazing. So, one moment. Thankfully, I got something for dinner that's really quick to cook. So maybe in 10 minutes I should be back. So please bear with me. Gonna get the volume up.
Fuck Hatebreed.
Tell me all your deepest secrets. Tell me why you never go to the shows. You say you like the band, but you don't ever go. The last thing in my life that I need to see. Another metalhead bitch fucking at me. Another song from another melody. And I don't need to satisfy you, so I won't even try. Whether it's wrong, whether it's right. And I don't need to satisfy, but I'll have the time of my life. Whether it's wrong, whether it's right. Remember started riding in the crowd, 'cause everybody's too scared to come down, and no one's moving. What the fuck you doing? And all these metal bands, and all these hustle kids, they hear a pretty song, they're gonna flip our lid, and they don't like us, they won't appetite for destruction. My husband on the bill just finished their set. No one likes the music, but they won't forget, 'cause the singer has skinny jeans on, and he's screaming about Jesus. And I don't need to satisfy you, so I won't even try. Whether it's wrong, whether it's right. And I don't need to satisfy, but I'll have the time of my life. Whether it's wrong, whether it's right. You know I'm 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 right. And I don't need to satisfy you, so I won't even try. Whether it's wrong, whether it's right. And I don't need to satisfy, but I'll have the time of my life. Whether it's wrong, you know. And I don't need to satisfy you. Whether it's wrong, it's right. It's right. You know I'm right. You know I'm right. You know I'm right.
I am finally back. That took me a while. Okay, I'm gonna set up the whole thing. I think I have it connected, but I gotta change one of my screens. Oh, about 1 minute, 1 minute. Yo, where's my other HDMI? After playing, you should share your punk recommendations. I don't have many. Apologies, but I don't have that many. I'm not super into punk. I listen to punk, but only like the mainstream stuff. Whatever YouTube recommends me. I have punk compilation discs, but I can't really recommend you a lot of stuff. I can tell you that Bad Religion and The Offspring are very accessible because they are punk rock. Their sound is not super punk and inaccessible. That's a good start. And as we have analyzed in this stream, their messaging is pretty cool. You can really look into their lyrics and get some strong messages. Anyway, I'm looking for my HDMI. Hold on. I think it might be this one. I hope it's that one. Is it? Maybe? Is it not? Oh shit, it is, it is, it is. Great. Fantastic. Friggin' fantastic. Hold on. Oh man. Wait a minute. Wait a second. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. Let's hold on. Oop. Ah. Okay. Now let me enable game capture card. There you go. Great, fantastic. Oh, wait. That was my profile page. Hold on. There we have it. Taxi Chaos. Game of interest. Hold on, where's my... My setup's such a fucking mess. I gotta plug in headphones to a different socket in order to be able to hear the game. Such a mess. At least I have food now. Okay, it's working. It's working properly. Gotta check the volume though. I'm gonna have to... Volume's probably fine. Gonna have to stop the music though. Alright. So, are we excited? Do we want to see some Crazy Taxi ripoff? Yeah. Let me grab a bite before I actually start. Oh, wait, we can boot up the game already. Yeah. Give it to me. Give me that Taxi Chaos goodness. I don't know any of these people. By the way, also the Switch version maybe it fucking sucks because it's Nintendo Switch. But that doesn't mean the game is bad. That just means that the version I'm playing is fucking bad. Because it's on Nintendo Switch. Switch ports kinda suck. The loading time is kinda weird already. Nah, okay, jumped up. Loading time doesn't seem to be the best. That's okay. I don't mind bad loading times if the game runs well. You get no music, no tips or anything to watch. Ooh, food's still hot. Okay. Let's see what this thing is about. Give me a second. Just 1 second. Oh. Okay. Gonna be starting in just a minute. Just give me 1 minute. I'll be done. No. Okay. I can go back. Arcade? Press any button to continue. Okay. Welcome user errors. Arcade promo. Get a total rating of 4 or higher. Just unlock this. Free roam. Achievements. Options. I guess we gotta do arcade. That's okay. Nothing too fancy when it comes to options. Let's do arcade. Only 2 characters. It's not something I'm too fond of. I think there might be unlockables, but so far. Ooh. Hold on, I gotta change the category on Twitch. I'm a fool! Gotta change it from Crazy Taxi. Okay. Yeah, it's done. Let's go. Should be changed now. I'm gonna go with the guy. The old man.
All right.
Okay, I'm seeing a nice variety of cars. Seeing a nice variety of cars. This could be the soul of the game right here.
My old lady was
Ooh, the frame rate looked kinda ass. Let's see the loading. I saw the really bad frame rate there. And I spent full price for this shit.
Wonder what's for dinner.
I paid $35 for this. If it sucks, I'm gonna be actually angry. It wasn't cheap.
Try to get as many customers before your shift ends.
Over here.
Yeah, that's basically what I know, yeah. Hold on. Ah! Oh god! Okay, break. Jump. Don't tell me. Oh no! Why did you buy it for Switch instead of PS4? I usually prefer to buy games on Switch because it's portable. Most of the games at least. Not AAA games. I'm seeing something that I really don't like, okay? The going backwards button, there's no gear system. There's no drive and reverse. You have a forward and a backward button. And I hate that. I hate it.
All in a day's work.
And the buttons seem to just jump. Ah. You can already feel the negative energy. Look at that loading time. Oof.
Try to get as many customers before your shift ends. Taxi! Oi, watch out! Could you take me to the laundromat?
We'll be right there.
What? Ah, what is this?
Yeah, if you could drive down Main Street, that'd be great.
Oh god, oh that's super awkward.
Joe Express, please.
I don't like that. Oh, the arrow seems to be super clunky. What the fuck is this? The arrow is kinda confusing. I don't like it.
Another day at the grind.
Could be worse.
Yeah, basically the jump is a get out of jail free card.
Does now look like a entirely different kind of bad.
Fuck! My muscle memory. Ah!
Hop in. Could you get me to the basketball courts? Here we go. What is this driving style? Mind the traffic, please. So, got any kids?
I don't really like this. The frame rate on Switch, not the best. Why am I not getting... Ooh, you gotta get real close to get those points. You gotta get real close.
Aliens are real and walk among us?
He said Among Us! Excuse me. Oof. Nah, this is rough, huh? Kinda sus. Oh, fuck! This is rough.
Only one of this gorgeous guy.
Yeah, now that you mention it, I
Um,
like you on the streets. Thanks for the lift.
I told you what made Crazy Taxi so great, and this game, this is not it, Chief.
Wow, it's so big. That's what I say every time I get the bill for my kid's college.
I mean, this game could be fun either way. I defended Simpsons Road Rage. I'm not saying this game is horrible or anything, but it's definitely not what I was looking for.
Only if I get it.
That was 3 stars, dude. Special customers. There's storylines. That could be fun. That could be a fun idea. Secret items. See, this is interesting. This is what makes the game, what could make the game fun. It's not that technical depth that Crazy Taxi has, but it could be fun either way. And the music isn't bad. It's just obviously not The Offspring.
Hesitate.
No,
Let's make some money.
yeah, seems like both characters have the same car. You just have to unlock more. There's a glory. This just makes me want a Crazy Taxi port to the Switch, an actual port to the Switch, not this. Because the frame rate isn't even stable.
Aren't that bad if you think about it.
You should probably be able to notice it if you're watching the stream. The frame rate isn't the best, and that's heartbreaking. Like, this could be a fun game.
Try to get as many
The loading times are painful, kinda, yeah.
Over here. I'm visiting the hockey team. Is it a nice place?
Let's get this bread.
Go NYC! Go Rhino! You're a fan, right?
There doesn't seem to be any drifting either way.
I got into
Like, I cannot gain more speed by doing this. I can't gain speed by doing dashes. It just tells me to dash. Wait, what?
Here we go! Watch out! Woo! Go Rhino!
How came the hunch that you like the rhino?
I'd roll down the windows and yell at the other cars, but, well, it loses the magic in a convertible.
Yeah, this is just not as great.
Go, in, one!
You can do the charge thing, but it's not great.
Would you be so kind and bring me to the city hall?
I love that place.
It removes a lot of the skill that you're supposed to have. It's like very dumbed down.
All the scintillating conversations with mysteriously identical.
And jumps just fucking give you free combos. I assume they make you lose speed because it doesn't make any sense. Why wouldn't I want to spam jump all the time?
Awesome!
Oh, excuse me!
So, what do you do for hobbies?
This
Wait.
Die for our queen. But hey, it's a start.
You sure this is the right way?
Over here. Taxi over here.
Fuck you.
Over here.
So stupid. Fuck!
Hey, taxi.
The muscle memory. Ah! Fuck you!
Taxi over here. Man, I really need a bright deer ultimate flavored fusion latte.
Time to brace yourself.
The way the timer works is also very counterproductive to how Crazy Taxi works.
Taxi drivers make enough to even live in this city.
I literally have 22 drivers. I've had 23, but I had nowhere to go.
Like Crazy Taxi, you see how my timer is only has 6 seconds left, but the customer still needs like a full minute to get to his destination. Crazy Taxi would give you all the time the customer wants. Man. 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 Not great. Not great.
Bring it on.
Not great. Hold on, I'll show you something.
Sweet ride.
When you're driving, look at the bottom left. Look at the bottom left when I'm driving. Wow. Loading times.
All in a day.
Aren't they great?
Try to get as many customers before
Fuck, dude. Look, you can spin it in place, dude. It removes all the skill from Crazy Taxi, dude.
Destination?
I'm late for the movies. To the cinema.
If you look at the bottom left, what does that Y button thing mean? You can go over 99 seconds. I don't know. I don't fucking know. But what does the foot button on the what does that do? X is for the details, like this. You can just. But what does the Y button do? Ah, that. That's what it does. You throw your customer. You force your customer out of the car. Okay, that's what it does. I expected it to be something better.
Wonder what fun my kids are doing up
But this doesn't have any nice drifting mechanics. It doesn't have the skill of Crazy Taxi. It has awkward
try to
jumps.
get as many customers before your shift ends.
Ah, man.
Here.
Ah, man.
Hurry to the subway on 4th, please. I'm late.
here. Here we go.
So, what do you do for hobby?
Woodwork. Been building a boat back home, you know? Of course, since back home
This
it's
is
pretty
so
much a big
awkward.
closet, it's just a toilet.
Oh shit.
Thank you.
Like, the handling works too well. The only weakness you have is that if you use the dash, it takes way too long to stop. But the handling is way too good.
Down, 2, 3.
It's not like your handling has weaknesses to force you to learn how to drift and take compromises. Nah, your handling is crazy good. You can go on a straight line. Whoa, what?
Taxi. Over here.
That client just fucking disappeared. Okay,
Right away.
that's not good.
Where are the other cars? Here we go. Watch out, will ya?
Ah! awkward.
Ow!
Ah! Man, I'm gonna look like a fucking idiot when I look back at my trailer breakdown.
How do taxi drivers make enough to even live in this city?
With a good work ethic, reasonable rates, the occasional eldritch sacrifice, pretty easy, really.
Well, at least there's social commentary.
You sure this is the right way? Ah!
Wow, dude.
So, got any kids?
Well, thanks for the lift.
Taxi. Aeonian Square, please.
We'll be right there.
At least there's social commentary.
Hey, I recommend going to pick meat today. How come? There's an ironic
Man, the getting the combos is really hard. You gotta go really close.
scallop.
I don't want to be negative, but I don't like the character design of Peace for Eyes. I don't hate them, but they could be better.
Ouch. I hurt my house. But you probably never hurt me.
Hey, taxi! Excuse me.
Beautiful day.
Man, I could go for a
Your wish is my demand.
So, what do you like most about driving
Watch out.
taxi?
Your ship has
Decent lady come.
This just feels awkward.
Conversations.
It just doesn't feel right. At least now when people tell me, excuse me, I'm gonna finish.
My hits are about to spike a choice.
At least now when people tell me, why does this game feel awkward? Why doesn't it feel right? I can point them to my 2-hour video telling them why I think Crazy Taxi is insane and why this game is kind of
Which
disappointing.
one was the gas pedal again?
Look at the options to see if there are different controls. I've looked at it. No, there aren't. The only options are audio options.
trying to get it
Look at it. Well, it says audio options here.
before your ship ends.
Over here. I need to be at the heliport quick.
Right away.
I'll look at the options in the main menu later, but nah, there aren't options. It's just audio and languages.
I'd have to,
Fuck.
but I had nowhere to go.
So that I was too optimistic about this. This is worse than I imagined.
You know, it's faster
No
than what I
drifting, no nothing. Fuck.
Glad to hear you know this town better than the taxi driver.
Physics are way too awkward.
Well, thanks for the lift. Over here. See? Over here. Hey, I'm late for the movies. For the big movies.
Hashtag pro driver. Hashtag big money.
Ah, hashtags. Ah! The frame rate, fuck you!
Fun things to do in here on a weekend.
Oh, you asked the right question.
See,
Right
jumping makes the game way too easy.
Hashtag city nightlife. Hashtag DJ taxi.
Watch out!
Oh, dude. If I hit the police, they take money away from you.
You sure
Do
can.
they?
Just be sure to use
They don't take money away from you by destroying the environment.
That's how you treat customers in anyone. Hi, Mom. Oh, wow. It's going. Hey, taxi.
Man, this game.
Hello there.
Could you take me to the laundromat?
Hold on. So, how are things going with you?
Oh, you know,
Nah, dude.
Is this the fastest route?
At least getting a shortcut kind of gives you a combo.
Awesome.
Ah, oh my god.
Oh, they're so cute.
The arrows all over the place as well. You don't really know where you're going.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Hmm.
That's right, please.
Time to brace yourself.
Another day at the grind.
Could be worse. Could be the people making your offices call.
Yeah, that does sound like an entirely different kind of mad grind.
Dude, what is this game? Nah, man, at least I can tell you something. I want to unlock some of the things that are in the game. But no, I'm not gonna spend as much time playing as I expected. I'm not gonna do a whole stream of this. What's the pro mode?
Let's go. Now that's
What's the pro mode like? Tell me. Tell me it's better than this.
all in a day's work.
Your navigation is out of order. Trust your instincts.
Ah, it's just arrowless mode! Fuck that! It's arrowless mode! Fuck that! Ah. I mean, only two characters. Mechanics.
Wouldn't
Shallow
have
as a
picked
puddle.
anything else myself.
It's just arrowless mode, fuck that. How lot. Resume one line, yeah, basically. Nah, dude, this is one of the biggest disappointments I've had.
Fun, my kid.
I shouldn't have had any hope in it. When I was super skeptical about it, I didn't want to be rude and be like, nah, fuck this game from the minute one, but fuck, dude.
Many customers
Who told me to be optimistic, dude? It was a mistake to be optimistic.
I'm meeting someone
And by the way, arrowless mode kinda pointless,
You know, it's fast.
but the arrow's already fucking awful, so...
Hey, glad to hear you know this town better than the taxi driver. Would you like to take over driving? Nothing? I thought so.
Is this the fastest route?
Taxi. Over here. Can you get me to that obelisk thing? Perfect.
I gotta check a few things.
Yes?
Nah, dude.
Yes,
The combos are way too hard to pull off. It's not intuitive at all. Look at this.
right. Just remember.
And hitting the police takes money away from you.
EEI is a KTE. Okay? Thanks. Watch out! Hey!
The arrows all over the place. The arrows as bad as the original map in Crazy Taxi or worse. You can spin in place with no effort.
Do you know where the construction site is?
Hold on.
That hurt.
think over driving? Nothing. I thought so.
Dude, why is it so hard to get the near miss? It's awful.
What is this driving style? So, how come you work as a taxi driver?
Well, you see,
Keep
when
the
a man
change.
has a powerful need to eat and pay the rent,
Excuse me.
I mean, it has some social commentary. Bare bones social
I'm
commentary.
visiting the art museum.
I made the joke that the social commentary in Crazy Taxi was surface level, but damn, dude,
Well,
fuck that.
I...
Fuck the police.
sure, great. There's an album full of pictures of him on the seat next to it, so you can take a look.
Watch out.
At least, look, at least the characters have some personality. Or the old man has personality. The other girl seems to be just influencer girl.
Hey, did you
Ah,
know that he...
Let's go.
yeah. Let's hope that the different cars give enough of a reason to keep playing. But this is almost as even worse than The Simpsons. I don't know. Like The Simpsons at least has The Simpsons, and the physics are even less awkward.
Which one was the gas pedal again?
Which one was the gas pedal again?
Try to get as many customers before your shift ends.
Excuse me?
How are you today?
Roach Dive Hotel.
Let's go.
Time to brace yourself.
What's it like? Not knowing
I have an office. You're sitting in it.
What?
Excuse me. Watch
Man, I
out.
knew I did that. I knew I did that, but
Hospital. Do you know how to get there?
Will do. Aw, they're so cute when they conk out. Too bad about that speed bump.
Ow.
why is the? I hate this. This is painful.
Hey, I'm meeting someone at the pier. Could you take me there?
Let's get ready.
So, what's the most fun thing to do in here on a weekend?
Oh, you asked the right question to the right person, honey. Just subscribe to my Insta 550 DJ dish on all the hottest clubs in town. Hashtag City Nightlife. Hashtag DJ Taxi Girl.
Over here. Over here.
The hitboxes are not very good.
So, where are you visiting from?
Oh my god, watch out for that pedestrian.
Out of town? Got it.
Why is it so hard to get the combos? I hate it.
It really is the city that never sleeps.
Taxi? Over here? Do you know where the construction site is?
Right away.
Hurry, I'm gonna be late for work.
With this traffic, so will everyone else.
Not my boss. I'm pretty sure he just sits there all night in the dark, waiting for us. Glad to make it in one piece.
Designate your target.
I'm meeting someone. That's here. Take me there.
Sure thing.
Another day at the grind.
Could be worse. Could be the people making your office
Wow.
talk to.
Yeah, that does sound like an entirely different kind of bad grind. Watch out! My insurance doesn't cover this.
Your shift has ended.
Fuck!
Rat race, I guess.
I was focusing really hard. The idea of Crazy Taxi's spiritual successor should include a map editor, I think. Or maybe it's just being with my silver mentality. I mean, Crazy Taxi relies way too much in map knowledge to get good, like really good. So a map builder would be weird, but I'm not against the idea. I'm just saying maybe it's kind of weird to if you have a map builder, you'll be switching between maps too often, and the idea is to get better on one map that has a lot of detail in it. But I'm not against user created maps. That's pretty good. Pretty good idea. Let's try pro mode. Though you should be more familiar with where the fuck you wanna go. Huh?
Good choice.
Yep. Loading times.
All in a day's work.
I wanna try to unlock the third car. Maybe try it.
Navigation is out
and
of
see if I
order.
like it.
Trust your instinct.
Trust your instincts. Do I at least get a proximity meter? Oh shit, no, you get nothing, dude. Whoa. Nah, I can't do that, dude. I don't know the map. That is
Mamma mia.
Mamma mia, so are you Italian, really? Play 20 missions in arcade. Get a star rating of 4? Yeah, with all this, okay. Collect 25 collectibles in minimum. I guess this is a broken taxi that everyone uses. But man, this is a disappointment of a game.
All in a day's work.
Try to get as many customers before your trip ends.
Hey! Here!
Welcome aboard.
I need to be at the heliport quick.
Ah!
Sure thing. Going anywhere special?
Anybody else saw that?
To a secret Illuminati meeting where we'll discuss the fate of the world. Does that surprise you?
Honestly, in this city sounds like two.
Very funny.
Wow,
That hurt.
dude, not cool.
Man.
Man, traffic's rough today, huh?
Yep, must be a day ending in Y.
Hey! Keep the change. Cat? Over here?
Hi, get in.
I'm visiting someone at the hospital. You know how to get there?
Get ready.
The frame rate.
You are cutting it close. Watch out!
Fuck!
This road wasn't on the maps. You must have some pretty interesting stories from driving this taxi.
Oh yeah, that backseat upholstery has memories, man.
Fucking stop,
Oh,
dude.
thanks for the lift, Jack. Over here.
Let's do it.
I hate it.
I've been here a week and I haven't seen any big registers.
You ain't been going to the right farmers markets then.
Crazy.
I hate it.
Oh, wow.
It's so incredible.
Hello there.
Man, I could go for us.
Will do.
Oh my god.
Oh, they're so cute when they conk out. Too bad about that speed bump.
Ow!
Whoa, 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 wacky character! Hi! Speed boost is even worse than in Crazy Taxi. They give you way too little time! It shouldn't work like that. That's really awful, man. Ah, dude.
Let's get this show on the road. Awesome.
Awesome. The options in the main menu are the same as in game. The options in the main menu are just language and volume.
Which one was the gas pedal again?
Try to get as many customers before your shift ends.
Well, at least you can control the camera.
Hop in.
Copper's playing plasma now.
Will do.
Fuck you.
So, what do you do?
Oh, you name it. I DJ, I model, I travel, I cook.
Are you kidding me?
Hey! Would you take me to the laundromat?
Oh, yeah. Hey, what kind of business are you in?
Well,
When you move the camera,
That might be a
the arrow doesn't move, so it's even more confusing.
And why are you making that face?
Lord,
take off the shades, dude.
this is rough.
Hey, taxi.
Oh god, you serious?
Hold on. Want me to turn on the radio?
Please, if it's not on vinyl, I don't want to hear it.
Fine. If you don't want the hipster cred of my vintage music tape deck. That's your problem. Where you heading today?
The thrift store, please.
Right away. Oh, mind if I sample that?
Sightseeing route, I see.
It's like, this is way too easy.
You're so lucky. You get to see the sights every day, whenever you want.
Oh yeah, I'd be a national artist in every day.
Like, I cannot, there is no way for me to get better other than to learn the map. What the point of being able to kick the passengers is? I guess it's, if you know you're not gonna get there, you can kick the passenger and make it, and make you, able to make you lose less time. If you know you cannot get where
The
they
way
ask
that
you,
started, wouldn't have picked anything else myself.
that should be the point. The loading times, man. Crazy Taxi is great because the loading times are super low.
Taking it all in.
Try to get as many customers before your shift ends.
Ah,
Over here. Taxi, over here.
I'm already in the circle.
Please.
Let's get this bread. Want me to turn on the radio?
Ah, the frame dips. Fuck you.
Fine. If you don't want the hipster cred of my vintage 80s tape deck. That's your problem.
That was nice and chill.
Hey!
Compass Play Plaza now.
Sure thing.
driving style.
Hey, what kind of business are you?
Well,
Because I might be able to help. I'm an influencer. I'm always looking to make business connections. And why are you making that face?
This road wasn't on the maps. Is this the fastest route? Keep the change.
Hey, taxi!
Here? Financial reserve. The faster, the better.
I love that place.
How do taxi drivers make enough to even live in this city?
I literally have 22 side hustles going on. I'd have 23, but I had nowhere to put it up.
Like at least they have the decency to make the joke of, we really need the money.
I'm visiting someone at the
But this is the complete opposite. I made the specific point of explaining how in Crazy Taxi characters love their jobs, and here they're like, "Why are you working here?" And they're like, "Oh man, I need the money. I'm broke as fuck."
Use the hashtag DJ Taxi Girl.
They don't seem to like their jobs, and that's not very compelling. This game is like, it's almost the opposite of Crazy Taxi. It's not that.
Now that's a car.
It's lacking spirit. It's like very artificial. Even though Crazy Taxi for the time, it was kind of stereotype back then of what was cool. This is even more artificial. Doesn't even have. If it had licensed music, even if it was the worst thing, even if it was like Beyonce or shit like that, at least it would have licensed music.
Many customers before
The
your
music in this one is kind of boring. It's very generic.
Destination?
Regal State Tower.
Oh, yeah.
Like it's lacking
Want any music? Maybe some
an
old
entire
Well,
personality.
I think the office killed my taste in music. I actually kind of like the music in the elevators now. Boy, watch out!
Oh god!
Extras, but haven't felt
That's not the recording, that's the actual game. Chugging.
Tell the guys on Monday about this.
Heading into work?
What gave it away?
Awful.
We made it with a minute to spare.
Watch out.
Huh.
Destination?
Why did I stop all of a sudden?
Let's do it.
That was weird.
Wow, it's so big. That's what I say every time I get the bill for my kid's college.
Haha.
So, what's the most fun thing to do in here on a weekend? Snuggle with my wife, of course.
Look, at least the guy loves his wife. There's not a boomer joke of, haha, I hate my wife.
So, what do you do for fun?
At least the guy is wholesome.
The wife and kids, do some woodworking, cab.
Like, this dude seems to be kind of likable. The other girl, the influencer girl, sadly, not that likable. Even though she should be the relatable young character.
Please bring me to the softball field.
Here we go.
So what do you do for fun?
Spend time with the wife and kids, do some woodworking, cab.
Fuck! Jumping is not only awkward, it's hard to judge.
How do you do the water cooler chat without a water cooler?
It's tough. We taxi drivers have to pull alongside each other and yell scuttlebutt out the windows at each other.
Shit.
I cut corners too at my job. Thanks for the lift.
Hop in.
I need to go to Wide Road Theater. Quick!
Let's burn some rubber.
Hey, when we stop,
Fuck.
that photo on Inspire? I want to
The frame rate.
I understood.
It's so painful.
This is just taking pictures.
Oh man.
Pickup time. Taxi. Over here.
Not gonna give me. Nah, way too little time.
Let's do it.
Fuck that.
Pretty sure that's an elite move. Ooh, it might take time to find a hot dog.
You can drive on water like it's nothing.
Pretty sure
Fuck.
Ended.
So underwhelming.
Let's get this show on the road.
And I don't even know how many missions I've done. I'm on like the last car, the third car, excuse me. And then, oh fuck this game. I gotta look for something to do on the weekend. I wanted to play this if it was good.
All in.
Considering it doesn't seem to be good, I probably won't play it that much. It's not even not good. It doesn't perform well. It's not even that fun to mess around with.
Before your shift ends.
over here. Oi, watch out. Do you know where the construction site is?
I love that.
Another day at the grind.
Could be worse. Could be the people making your offices talk.
Yeah, that does sound.
Fuck you.
Watch out. Different kind of bad grind. Glad to make it in one piece. Over here. Taxi. Financial reserve. The faster, the better.
Hold on.
You know, it's faster if you go by Fifth Avenue.
Hey, glad to hear you know
Watch
this
out.
town better than the taxi driver. Would you like to take over driving? Nothing? I thought so.
That hurt.
Hey!
Hey,
Watch out.
keep the change. I need a ride. Hey, taxi.
Do you know where the construction site is?
Right away. So, how's Wall Street treating you?
My net worth was 50 million in credits. My lunch was 50 bucks.
Funny Wall Street Joe.
Whoa there.
Hey!
Can't you go any faster? I'm running late.
If I go any faster, we might both end up here.
Yeah, boss? Sorry, the cabbies.
I need
It was slow. You give me a 5-star rating, motherfucker.
Good choice.
Does this always happen?
You gave me a 5-star.
For tonight?
You called me slow.
And a bottle of wine. All that is needed for life.
Not even the dialogue makes sense.
I need to get a bit more excited. Glad to make it in one piece.
Hello there. Perfect. How are you liking your trip so far?
Fuck you.
It's amazing. The bed is super fluffy, the towels are freshly pressed, and the breakfast is super yummy. Been watching TV.
Hey, glad to see you're experiencing the best the city has to offer.
Nah, not even the jumps feel satisfying, dude.
Watch out!
Wow.
This is what NY looks like.
Excuse me. Capper's Play Plaza, now.
Ooh, that's a good choice. So, how are things going with you?
Oh, you know.
Look at the street, it's so empty.
Living out my days in an old folks home.
So pretty well then. Nice.
Watch out!
Take off the shades, dude. Here we go.
Fuck.
Is this the fastest route?
Yes. Why do they complain about me being slow and then give me 4 and 5 stars?
On fast.
Here we go.
It's ridiculous.
How are you liking your trip so far?
Amazing. The bed is super fluffy, the towels are fresh and pressed, and the breakfast is super yummy. Been watching TV in bed.
Glad to see you're
today.
Ah.
Hey, all right. Sweet ride.
Anybody keeping count of how many I've done?
Wonder what's for dinner.
Try to get as many customers before your shift ends.
We're here. Watch out. Where to?
Do you know where the construction site is?
Do you know where the construction site is?
Hey, there's no plug to charge my phone.
How we live in these trying times, kid.
Technology.
Taxi! I'm visiting the art museum. Is it a nice place?
Let's do it.
Watch out, will ya? How do taxi drivers make enough to even live in this city?
With a good work ethic, reasonable rates, and the occasional eldritch sacrifice, pretty easy, really.
Thank you.
Huh?
Me?
How are you, Stephen?
Would you be so kind and bring me to the city hall?
Good choice. So, got any kids?
Well,
Yeah, I got two of them. Great kids. There's an album full of pictures of them on the seat next to you, so you can take a look.
You are cutting it close.
Yeah, that's the idea. Aren't I supposed to do that?
How's your day?
Oh, you know, one step closer to retirement and living out my days in an old folks' home.
Pretty well then. Nice.
Wow, dude.
Watch out!
This road wasn't on the maps. What is this driving style?
Over here. Taxi. Over here.
Right. Watch out! Copper's Blade Plaza. Man.
Give it to me.
Back to the rat race, I guess. Watch out!
Hey, I've seen the rats here in NYC. They're nothing you want to mess with.
Glad to make it in one piece.
Ah, an achievement.
Over here. Hey, taxi. Can you take me to the seashore park?
Get ready.
You know, it's faster if you go by Fifth Avenue.
Watch out! Hey,
Uh,
I hear you know this town better than the taxi driver. Would you like to take over driving? Nothing? I thought so.
You sure this is the right way? You sure this is the right way?
The arrow. I kinda hate it.
Watch out! Union Square, please.
We'll be right there.
Thanks for picking me up. It's hard to hail a cab sometimes. It's like I blend in with the crowds.
Not me. Only one of this gorgeous guy.
Ah,
Yeah, now that you mention it, I don't see anyone like you on the streets.
I hate it. So awkward.
Oh, wee.
This is stupid.
So, got any kids?
Well,
Why does the arrow keep changing colors?
Great kid.
I seriously don't understand why do I keep playing them. I don't know, I want to unlock one more car.
Sweet wheels.
By the time I'm done, I'm sorry, it'll already be time for bed.
Taking it all in.
Try to get as many customers before your shift ends.
ain't your target.
Do you know where the construction site is?
Perfect.
It's nice to get a taxi for a change of pace. I usually take a subway.
How come?
Well, you know, it's so under.
Did some of the jokes.
Well,
I'm visiting the art museum. Is it a nice place?
I love that place.
What is this drive-in style?
Going anywhere special?
Oh, just to a secret Illuminati meeting where we'll discuss the fate of the world.
Honestly, in this city? Sounds like two.
Just barely touching it. Barely touching it. Penalizes you.
Well, thanks for the lift.
Do you really think?
Taxi. Would you be so kind and bring me
Do you really think this game is so clean that I can avoid even scraping a police car?
to a secret Illuminati meeting where we'll
Just to a secret Illuminati meeting. Oh.
Honestly, in this city? Sounds like Tuesday.
mind the traffic, please. Oop. Ah! Ah!
Fuck.
You must have some pretty interesting stories from driving this taxi.
Oh yeah. That backseat upholstery has some memories.
Is this the fastest route? That hurts. The change.
Yeah, fuck you.
Copper's Blade Plaza. Now.
Hold on.
Maybe I should become a taxi driver. You guys seem to have way more fun at it.
It's all fun again. Until someone has to pay the parking meter.
Made it with a minute to spare.
Taxi, over here! Can you take me to the seashore park?
Let's do it.
Hey, do you know that aliens are real and walk among us?
Hey.
They must be right.
Whee! Where are the other cars? Thanks for the lift.
Taxi.
You better at that speed.
Over here.
Nah. Bad choice.
How can I help?
Bad choice. Bad choice. Really bad. Really bad. Really bad. Really bad. Really bad. Not gonna make it there in time.
What's the most touristy thing you'd recommend doing in New Yellow City?
Honestly, going to Aeon Square is a great start. So is that t-shirt. I guess you
Fuck.
could shift still
Has ended.
like, I don't know.
Bring it on. My old lady would love that one.
I'm even at the loss of words, dude. Like, sadly, some of the jokes are not that bad. Like, it's very normie, if I might say that. It's like not risky at all. None of the jokes are taking any risks.
Try to get as many
But I
customers
don't know.
before your shift
Like,
ends.
this could be okay. It's just that the jokes are already repetitive, and I think I blocked my headphones on. Like, the jokes are super repetitive.
Could you take me to the laundromat?
Sure thing.
Another day of the grind.
Could be worse. Could be the people making your offer.
The dialogue is so sparse that it repeats constantly.
I cut
Like, in Crazy Taxi, there's not that much dialogue, you know, and obviously it repeats a lot, but it doesn't try to
I need to
give you conversations between the clients and the drivers. so you don't really feel like it's repetitive because you don't listen to much dialogue. You just listen to voice lines.
Well, yeah, I got tours.
You're not listening constantly to the same two jokes.
Next to you, so you can take a look. Ah.
Awesome. Thanks for picking me up. It's hard to hail a cab sometimes. It's like I blend in with the crowds.
Not me. Only one of this gorgeous guy.
Yeah, now that you mention it, I don't see anyone like you on the streets. That hurts.
Fuck!
Here we go. Awesome. So how taxi driver? Keep the change.
My God! Let's give me something.
Wonder what fun my kids are getting up to. How are you today?
I'd like to go to the pond fast.
Ah!
You know, it's faster if you go by Fifth Avenue.
Hey, glad to hear you know this town better than the taxi driver. Would you like to take over driving?
There's like two voice lines, dude! And I missed my turn. Yeah, fuck you.
Thanks for picking me up. It's hard to hail a cab sometimes. It's like I blend in with the crowd.
Your shift has
Fuck! Ah! Hey, 5 stars.
Let's go.
Yeah, that was a good one. I guess in conclusion, don't do what I did. Do not spend 35 fucking bucks buying Taxi Chaos. It's a bad idea.
try to get as many customers before your shift ends.
Where you heading today?
You know where the construction site is?
Let's get ready.
Oh shit, Tora is raiding. Bad moment, Tora. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Cloud of resentment was a bit of a hint.
This is not the best timing.
I guess taxi drivers really do know this city best.
Vampire raid. Ah,
Thanks for the
it's always much appreciated. Hey, thank you for the follow. When I'm, I'll read everything when I'm done with this. It won't be too long.
nice place.
Ooh, that's a good choice.
Oh god.
How did taxi
You come at the right time. This game is being pain and suffering, so I hope that you always appreciate someone coming.
Two side hustles going on.
God.
I have 23, but I had nowhere to go.
Red time. But I mean, it won't be long until I'm done with the stream. But I don't know. This is. I've been explaining Crazy Taxi to everyone like a while ago, and then I said, hey, let's play this game that's kind of like Crazy Taxi that just came out. Hopefully it's good. I spent like 2 hours explaining to everyone why Crazy Taxi is so good, and then I played this game and I said, nope, this game doesn't fulfill any of the requirements to be good like Crazy Taxi. It's just, it's really mediocre. It's not good at all.
Hey, what kind of business are you
Well, I...
in? Because I might be able to
Oh
help.
boy.
I'm an influencer, and I'm always looking to make business connections. And why are you making that face?
Well, thanks for the lift.
Taxi.
Oh god.
Over here.
Yeah, everyone in the raid came exactly at the moment when I was trying to say, do not buy Taxi Chaos on PS4, Nintendo Switch, I don't know what other consoles this game is on. I suppose it's on Xbox. Or Xbox, or I don't know if it's on Steam. Do not buy Taxi Chaos. If you have a PC, just go on Steam, buy Crazy Taxi instead. I will upload the guide that I made on this stream to YouTube, so everyone can watch it, even if you couldn't make it to the stream. It's a good guide. We went into everything that makes Crazy Taxi good, including the messages, the deeper messages within the game. And basically, this game accomplishes nothing. It has some of the little bits that can make Crazy Taxi fun, and it's not the worst game I've ever played. It's just not good. It's not that fun. It's not tongue-in-cheek. It looks like a typical spiritual successor that doesn't manage to live out their spiritual. It kind of looks like the spiritual successor that knows how the game looks, but doesn't understand how the game feels or what the game represents. And that's why I spent 2 hours explaining to everyone why Crazy Taxi is so good. Because I think the game has to feel and represent certain things, and this basically accomplishes nothing. So I did a good job, I think, explaining why Crazy Taxi is good, because now I have the perfect example to say why this game is not good. Like, at least if you play Simpsons Road Rage, which is a Crazy Taxi copycat, that game has The Simpsons. At least it has The Simpsons.
Which one was the gas pedal again?
And it has more. Technically, it has more characters. Technically, it has more maps, because this game seems to only have one, which is less than the original Crazy Taxi. And the map doesn't seem to be that big. I expected it to be like an open world, big map like GTA or something, but it doesn't feel that big. I don't know, maybe I'm just not seeing how big it is.
You're fired.
Hi, you're fired! Was that a Donald Trump joke?
It can't be that hard, right? Buy low and sell high?
Yeah, except I keep getting them mixed up.
Boy, watch out!
Change.
I really wish it would tell you what people want to... What people... Before you drop your client, you can see which people are clients. That kind of messes with you.
Yep. Must be a day in the new.
Boy, thanks for the lift.
It's harder to plan where you want to go. Back! Get up!
I guess you need to go to... I love that place. Hey!
Sorry, I have to take this. It's
Of course.
yes. What? No. The green button, not the red. The red one triggers a nationwide recession. The green one turns on the wind. I'm not actually that great at Wall Street trading, to be honest.
It can't be that hard, right? Buy low and sell high?
You gonna rest of the how this turn? Yeah, I'm not. It won't be long until I finish. But thanks for coming anyway. And I don't know. Have a nice. I guess you're going to sleep for the night. So good night or whatever. I don't know. I don't know if you're gonna sleep. I definitely will when I'm done with this.
And pay the rent?
Oh, I walked right into that one. Mind the traffic, please. You are cutting it close. Awesome. So, what's your
Fuck!
hobby?
Fucking performance!
My hobby. I'm a DJ by trade. I play at some of the hottest clubs in the
Keep
city.
the change.
Over here.
Hop in.
I'd like to go to the pond. Fast.
help. I'm an influencer, and I'm always looking to make business connections. And why are you making a face?
You're Spanish, right? It's late for us US peeps. Yeah, it's 12 for me. 12 a.m. Already midnight.
What is this driving style?
Fuck off!
So what do you like most about driving a taxi?
All the scintillating conversation.
Thank you.
With mysteriously identical people.
Over here.
Designate your target.
Can you get me to the basketball court?
Hold on.
How do taxi drivers make enough to even live in this city?
I literally.
I want to go to sleep then, and I want to relax a little before playing more Guilty Gear Accent Code.
I had nowhere to go.
You're gonna play Guilty Gear at this time?
Sure, this is the right way.
Isn't it late for you too?
Watch out!
Ooh-ee.
Fuck!
Thanks for picking me up. It's
Fuck!
yeah, sometimes. It's like I blend in with the crowd.
God damn it.
Not me.
It's midnight. Oh, you stay up until 4. I guess you don't have to wake up early for work.
Hey, all right. Now that's a car.
Good night, Tora. Thanks for coming. Ay.
Wonder what fun my kids are doing up to.
Well, I guess stream has been going for 5 hours.
Try to get as many
It's kind of a record. I don't know if it's been my longest stream,
How
but
was your day today?
not bad.
That little thing in the park.
Your wish is my demand.
Down, 2, 3.
Don't think I know that street.
Nah, was just checking the scores on my phone. The rhinos.
Fuck!
Demolition Derby? Let's go! That gonna be a record?
So strange. Everything about the physics in the game feels so
I'm
strange.
meeting someone at the pier. There.
Let's burn some rubber.
You sure this is the right way? Where are the other cars? Leave! Ooh-ee. You must have some pretty interesting stories from driving this taxi.
Oh yeah, that backseat upholstery has memories, man.
Ooh, interesting food choice. Hey, did you know that aliens are...
Oh shit, fuck.
This city, they must fit right in.
What's the timer, dude?
Thanks for the lift.
How's it possible that I got there with like 30 seconds to spare, 30 to 40 seconds to spare? What the fuck's that timer?
Let's go to the art gallery, please.
Oh yeah.
Fuck! If it was a police car.
I was thinking of starting my own business. Any ideas?
Could always save up, buy a mom and pop shop going out of business, run a local bodega.
I was thinking more of overpriced jewelry and smooth ride. Thanks.
Over here. Taxi. Over here.
Nothing about the physics feel good. I can't even crash on purpose to stop faster. Because the car just keeps going. This is this is a complete misunderstanding of Crazy Taxi.
That hurts.
Complete misunderstanding.
Good afternoon.
Let's go to the art gallery, please.
Start the countdown.
It's nice to get a taxi to a dream place. I usually take the subway.
How come?
Well, you know, it's so underground. I almost spilled my coffee.
no problem.
Taxi, over here.
Okay.
Watch out!
How's
Do I
your
have
day
enough?
Can you take me to the seashore park?
today? Good choice.
You
Do I have
this is
enough?
the
Do I have
right
enough? Do I have enough? Fuck!
Oh, they're so cute when they conk out. Too bad about that speed bump.
Shit. No.
Our shift has
Fuck.
ended.
I didn't make it.
Here we go.
Let's
I'm
make
still
this
not
one-
getting any more cars. Let's see how I'm doing with achievements. Look, man, I know I said I wanted to unlock another car or something, but dude, it's late as fuck. So you know what that means? Ah, fuck this game. Ah. Oh. Yeah. Fuck this game. To the people that are still watching, man, I really commend you. Thank you for watching all of this. Now I gotta see if there's any more people online. There's not many. Gonna raid my boy. Gonna raid my boy. Because he deserves it. Copy. So yeah, no problem. I thought you were gonna be able to raid someone. No, I will. Check this out. Check this out. Yeah, it works. Anyway, my guys, thank you for coming, even though this was a fucking mess. Thank you for coming. And now, we're going to raid. So, be nice.